Please silence all electronic devices as a courtesy for those in attendance. Thank you. Okay. Study session 1, review of fiscal year 2020-2021 draft proposal budget SPEAR. I've been waiting all year for this one.
Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem and council members and members of the public. This evening's study session is purely just informational. Council's not taking any action on the proposed budget. It's designed to seek your input, and then we will be setting a special meeting next week to actually adopt the 2021 budget. We just wanted to give an opportunity for you guys to have the data before we did that. So I will get right into this wonderful bit of information. So in order to start this conversation, we need to first start with where we believed we were going to be for the current fiscal year. Our fiscal year ends in approximately 2 weeks on June 30th. At that point, we'll start the closing of the books process. As a recap, we adopted a general fund budget in fiscal year 20 that anticipated revenues of $11.3 million. I'm sure it's not news to any of you, but revenues have been impacted by the pandemic that has occurred. And so we are projecting to see a $200,000 hit to our current year sales tax revenues. So rather than the $2 million we projected, we're only anticipating about 1.8 for the current fiscal year. However, property taxes have been stronger than were anticipated, as have been fees associated with development. So building inspecting fees, things of that nature. But it's important to note that fees that we collect for a service out of buildings and planning can only be used to support those services. They cannot be used to fund other general fund departments even. So overall, our revenue projection for fiscal year 20 is $11,231,000, which is about $100,000 less than what we had in the budget. As a brighter note, however, our operational expenditures have been significantly less. So we are anticipating expenses for fiscal year 20 of approximately $13.37 million, of which $10,000 are associated to capital improvements, which was only the sidewalk repair cost sharing program that the city implemented several years ago. Personnel and operating expenses will total $13.36. Again, these are all just projections. We won't know official numbers until close of book process. So in April, we had the auditors here and they gave you the audited financials for fiscal year 19, and their reports indicated that the general fund reserve ending balance for fiscal year 19 was $7,356,524. That's essentially the general fund reserve balance that we started with at the beginning of this fiscal year. If you take our revenues of 11.2 and subtract out our expenditures of 13.3, we're looking at about a $2.1 to $2.2 million deficit for the current year. We brought a budget to council of $3.4 million deficit. So we have chewed away at that deficit to about the tune of about $1.2 million. That would leave your general fund balance, ending balance, at $5.2 million going into next year. This is where things get a little bit different. In years past, we've only told you about the general fund reserve balance. We've never discussed the element of cash balances. And the reason for that was because in the past, we had enough money in the reserves to carry us for a long time. So how much money we had readily available in cash was never really the issue at hand. However, as you'll see as I go through this presentation, that now is an issue that is very prominent. So of that $5.2 million that we anticipate having in the general fund reserve, only 4.6 of that is cash. The reason for that is the general fund financial statements roll up funds from other sources, like the dental fund, which is where we hold the money for our dental services, for the payroll, which is what we use for payroll, and money that's owed to the general fund from services like golf and fleet. So for that purpose, you don't want to use your general fund reserve balance as the amount of money that's available to you, because it's not all available to you. So when determining how much money the general fund has for immediate use, you're going to want to use cash. So of that $4.6 million going into next year, 1.4 of it is on loan to the golf course and the fleet departments. So through the history of time, the golf course and the fleet department, both enterprise accounts, have been operating at deficits. Those deficits have been accumulating. And the only way to make them whole is to have the general fund pay for it. We don't ever physically transfer cash from the general fund to those two funds to make them whole. We track them on our financial statements as a debt. So if the city were to be forced to make those two departments whole, you would lose $1.4 million out of your general fund reserve. Are there any questions so far? Right now, the general fund still has that money because we haven't paid that debt off, because we're hoping that the golf course and the fleet departments can make themselves whole without the need of the general fund contributing. So now we're going to talk a little bit about what this means for us next year. So we have proposed revenues in fiscal year 21 of $10.7 million, which is significantly less than what we anticipated this year, $400,000 to $500,000. That's due to several factors. COVID is a big player. So we are anticipating a decreased allocation for property tax, because the more individuals that are unemployed, the less likely those individuals are to pay their property taxes. And so we're less likely to get our allocation. Fiscal year 20, property taxes came in above. And that's because largely the unemployment isn't going to affect them until the following year. By the time the unemployment happened, most property taxes were paid. So we expect that to be a hit to us next year. Sales tax is being projected to come in at approximately the same rate as fiscal year 20. Early projections from our sales tax consultant had us reporting anywhere from 2.1 to 2.2 in sales tax next year. Now they're saying 1.8. That's because of sales tax deferral programs through the state, businesses that have permanently closed, etc. And we also are seeing a slight reduction in our transit occupancy tax. That's the tax that's charged at our local hotels and motels. So as people were on stay-at-home orders, they traveled less. And as people are still fearful of this virus, they are still likely to travel less. And so that's I don't want to say negligible, but it has a much less severe impact in that our TOT was projected for the current year at $240,000. We're projecting it at $204,000 for next year. So about a $35,000 decrease. Operating expenses for next year, and again, these are just general fund departments. So this isn't water, wastewater, refuse, fleet, or golf. So for the general fund expenditures, we're looking at $13.1 million in expenditures next year, $8.4 million in personnel and salaries, $4.7 million in services and supplies, another $40,000 in asset replacement, and $389,000 in capital projects. That $389,000 in capital projects has to stay. $289,000 of it is in contracts that are already awarded to the dispatch project that won't be completed until next fiscal year. And the other $100,000 of it is the funds that the city is going to use to help assist with ADA compliance issues in the public rights of way. So they've already been accounted for. Proposed expenditures total then 13.5. So that rolls up your 13.1 and your 389,000. Here's a graphic to show you a little bit about what's been happening with our revenues. So this is 2019 actuals, what we adopted for 20, what we project to receive in 20, and what we are proposing for 21. Now I'll tell you my revenue projections for 21 are very conservative. So there's really only room for improvement. There's not really any room for detriment there. I budgeted what I thought was conservatively accurate for what COVID impacts are going to be. I'm hopeful, though, that you'll see these revenues actually exceed 10.7 and not be less than 10.7. The sharp decrease between 19 and 20 is largely attributed to one-time revenues that we received in 2019 that we are not expected to get in 2020. The two biggest players were the fact that there were sales tax allocations that were not reported to us accurately from the state and the county pass-through. And so in 2019, there was a one-time payment to correct all of that. The rest of it was part of this cleaning of the books. We've hired this financial consultant to help us make sure our practices are effective. So the general fund had made expenditures in previous years related to projects, largely capital projects, that had revenue streams, whether it be grants or et cetera. Well, those revenues should have been used to actually refund the general fund for those payments, and that revenue was never transferred at the time. So last year we had to move that money into the general fund where it appropriately belonged. So although last year was a pretty good year for revenue, about 800,000 of it is in stuff that we wouldn't have expected to see again. So this is a snapshot in time. This is what your budget book will look like next week when you see it, with the exception of any amendments that get made in the course of the next week. This is what your general fund expenditure request will be for your city general fund departments. And if you look, the first column is the amended. That means that we brought you a budget in fiscal year 20, but throughout the year, we've been bringing you these budget amendments. We need to move money from one account to the other or one fund to the other. And so what you see here is the result of those particular changes. So the amended budget is currently 14.18 million in requested expenditures. That's the total at the end of that first column. The second one is what we project the end of the year to look like. So right now our amended budget is 14.1. We believe we're only going to spend 13.7. And then next year for fiscal year 21, we're only asking for 13.1. So many of the changes that happened in the second column were because we either deferred capital projects that we chose not to do that were originally supposed to be funded with general fund, or the reductions in forces that we've had. So we had several months in salary reductions due to the laying off of those particular individuals. So between fiscal year 20 amended and what's requested for fiscal 21, there is a reduction in request of $1 million. This is a graphic that helps kind of explain risk management. So there are certain factors associated with our expenditures every year that the city has no control over or limited control. One of them is risk management insurance. We are, like many Valley cities, part of the Central San Joaquin Valley Risk Management Authority. It's a JPA. And we pay them fees every year for workers' compensation and general liability insurance. If you'll recall last year when I brought the budget to you, I told you that for both 2018 and 2019, risk management insurance was not budgeted. What that meant was we were paying the bill, but there was no revenue stream to support that. Those 2 years combined were approximately $2 million. So the only way to cover that was to pull that out of the general fund. So when people ask the question, how come our general fund reserves have dramatically decreased? Approximately $2 million of that came from the lack of budgeting of the risk management insurance. So what we did in fiscal year 20 to try to prevent that from occurring in the future is we made risk management insurance an expenditure in every budget unit. So we take whatever we think the proposed cost is going to be for next year, it's approximately 1.3 million, and we allocate that out based on the proportionate number of employees for departments. And every time we pay a bill, which is quarterly, we go back and allocate the appropriate portion of that to the departments that need to pay it. So on the books, it looks like it's not really revenue, it's a receipt in from other funds and a payment out. It washes. In the past, that didn't happen. But this helps you see that in 2017, we paid $743,000. Next year, we're up to 1.25 million. They calculate this data based on like 5-year historical averages. So if you have a really heavy year on workers' comp claims, you don't see the increase in that fee until 5 years down the road. And every year we get what's called a retrospective adjustment. So they go back and look at your historical stuff and they say, oh, well, you've paid too much based on your claims or you've paid too little. Most of the time we've paid too little. Very rarely do we receive money or a credit back on our bill. The dark green section represents, on average, how much of that bill is borne by the general fund. Because it's done largely based on the number of employees, the general fund has about 65% of the employees overall, so that shares 65% of the bill. So if that were to hold true, next year you would see general fund departments paying $815,000. The other element to discuss is salaries and benefits. Now, salaries is obviously salary. Benefits include health insurance, dental insurance, deferred comp, the things that we negotiate for during negotiations and the things that are given to the unrepresented groups. So between 18 and 19, you see a pretty stiff increase, and that's because of that 8% raise that was given by council at the time. And then you kind of see it between 19 and 20, it went up, and that's because we funded positions that either have or have not been filled. We asked for a couple of new positions, and we gave an 8% raise in 18, but employees are still eligible for merit increases. So every year there's a group of individuals that receive 5% raises throughout the year. So that 8% doesn't stay 8%, it continues to grow. The budget for fiscal year 21, that $8,428,450 includes freezing all merit increases next year. That's important for council to know. If you adopt this budget as proposed next week, we are essentially not giving any raises to any employees for the entire fiscal year of 2021. The dark green box represents the actual expenditures. So I wanted to show this to say that we budget for a value, but we very rarely hit that. That's because people leave the agency, we have positions that we fund that we don't fill, etc. So what's in the budget is designed to be a worst case scenario. Unfunded liability, I'm sure you guys have heard this thrown around in normal everyday speak, and this is how much the city has to pay in order to assist PERS in ensuring that future and current retirees are given the benefits that they are rightfully owed based on contract. We are part of PERS. We have to be part of PERS. We have 4 contracts. We have PERS Classic, Miscellaneous Classic, and Miscellaneous PEPRA. Miscellaneous means anybody that's non-sworn. And Safety Classic and Safety PEPRA, which is only your sworn police officers. Now in 2012, I think it was 2012, there was some state legislation that went through that completely revised how pensions were handled through CalPERS. So anybody that was hired January 1st, 2013 or later is under a completely different formula. Those are your PEPRA employees. So when you look at these values, anybody hired after January 1st of 2013 falls into these 2 categories. Now, this particular calculation is based on data going back 3 years. So if you have employees and you do significant RIF, let's just say worst case scenario, the city laid off 50% of our employees. We wouldn't see any savings to our unfunded liability until 3 years after the fact, because that's when they're going to start pulling that data. Unfunded liability is a huge liability because it increases exponentially every year. So if you take between fiscal year 20 and fiscal year 21, there's a $124,000 increase to unfunded liability. That gets rolled up into our salary and benefits line item on our budget. And anything that is applied to safety goes directly to the police department because only their employees are part of that contract. Miscellaneous fees or the charges for miscellaneous employees are directly allocated based on the number of employees that are assigned to that contract. So I put fiscal year 22 on here because I want you guys to know that even after fiscal year 21, it continues to rise. There's going to be another $150,000 increase in unfunded liability going into fiscal 22. That's if they don't make substantial changes to the unfunded liability calculations based on the fact that they have lost investment potential and earning potential due to COVID. So CalPERS generates the money to fund this through their long-term investments. They need their investments to make 7% in order for this calculation not to change. In early March, they were only making 4%, and then after that, they started rolling into the negatives. So I don't know where they're at today. I haven't gone back and revetted the data. We have been told by CalPERS that we can expect to see an increase in our unfunded liability, but nobody can tell us the magnitude of that change at the current time. So this is a year-over-year analysis of your general fund departments. I broke this out so that you could see we have personnel costs, operation costs, asset replacement, and capital improvements. But because in 2019 risk management wasn't included in the operational expenses, I broke that out as its separate line item so that you could see that year over year from 19 to 20 to 21, in operations, there has been a steady decline in what we have requested of council to approve. We have to pay the risk management. That's non-optional. So everything else is anything from operational supplies to buying new trucks. Anything that the department needs to sustain operations goes into operations other than salary and benefits. Personnel, there was a slight uptick in 20, which we've already identified. That was because of merit increases, et cetera. The downward trend between 20 and 21 for personnel is because of the RIFs that the city has done. And so because of that, you see a downward trend for personnel services. Asset replacements, you can see a significant reduction in our request for the coming year. That $40,000 is specifically for a vehicle for building inspectors. The fees that are collected through building inspections can't be used for any other purpose, and so we're using allocated funds for that purpose. And then the capital improvement projects is what we discussed earlier. That is the dispatch project and the citywide ADA that we discussed earlier. So next year, we discussed this, general fund reserve beginning balance of 5.2 million or cash of 4.6. Cash is important. If you take what is being requested from, or the 10.6 or 10.7 in revenues and the 13.5 in expenditures, which we discussed earlier, we're looking at a $2.8 million deficit going into next year. Worst case scenario, much like we presented a worst case scenario to you for the current year. That would mean that at the end of fiscal year 21, so a year from now, June 30th of 2021, you would have a reserve fund balance of 2.4 million and cash balances of 1.8. Here's why this is frightening. We cannot afford to have another year in fiscal year 22 with deficits at the same level that we're taking right now. $2 million deficits going into fiscal year 22 will bankrupt the city, barring some drastic change in either revenues or expenditures. Because there's
Right. And Michelle, can I jump in? Because
Yeah.
you mentioned bankruptcy, and I think this is important for council to hear. In light of this discussion, council needs to understand that bankruptcy would directly affect the credit rating for the city, as well as impact future financing. And it could also affect your control over what goes on in the city, especially with your finances. And so I think that's important to recognize. I'm not a Chapter 9 expert by any means, but that is what the city would file if it did need to file bankruptcy. And again, those are some of the consequences.
So there's only two factors that you can really use to shore up a budget, and that's increasing revenues and decreasing expenditures. And I've painted a picture for you that the city has done, what we can do up to this point to reduce expenditures as low as we possibly can without significantly impacting services to the public. Obviously, there's more room if you want less cops on the street and you never want to have a recreation department again and things of that nature. If you want to let the grass grow in the parks and you don't want anybody to mow them, those are options. But right now, the decisions that have been made with the intent to keep the services to the public intact. Operating expenditures continue to rise and revenues have decreased. The city has reduced expenditures through reduction in salary and benefits by layoffs, hiring freezes, and the merit freezes that we just discussed. And after all of the changes that the city has already done, we're still looking at a $2.8 million deficit. So this is kind of a hypothetical, and I put this in here because I want council and the public to understand the magnitude of what we're talking about. If council were to say to me, Michelle, you absolutely must bring a balanced budget to council for fiscal year 21, this is what it would look like. If you want a balanced budget in the general fund for fiscal year 21, you essentially have two options. You're going to lay off anywhere from 19 to 38 general fund employees, in addition to the 6 that have already been laid off. There's only 71 general fund employees on the books, and 40 of those live in the police department. Now, you're going to say, well, how many officers am I going to lose? I don't know, because we have very specific rules on how we conduct layoffs. So it's going to depend on seniority and bumping rights and things of that nature. If we don't take that approach and you say, Michelle, you have to bring a balanced budget, but I don't want anybody to lose their job in the general fund other than who just did, everyone's taking a 36% pay cut. Nobody can survive on a 36% pay cut. So the point in putting this in here is they are not realistic or attainable. So we have to find ways to move forward from this without suffering catastrophic loss. I've heard people say, well, if you hadn't given an 8% raise, then we wouldn't be in this situation. Not factual. This data just proves it for you. An 8%, let's just say we roll it all back. That's $480,000. That's a decent chunk. That's $480,000. But it's nowhere near the $2.8 million that we need. And when the council at the time adopted that, they understood that we were operating in a deficit. They understood that we needed something like a sales tax, which they told us they would let us take forward, in order to make sure we could continue to support that. It didn't make it off the dais then. So here we are 2 years later, And what was stated is factually happening. We said 3 years and you're going to be bankrupt. And that's where we're at. So this is just kind of a visual depiction for you, if you will. If you took that position allocation and you broke it down only by general fund departments, this shows you your allocation of 71 people. And I want to point out that it's not always a direct dollar for dollar savings when you lay an individual off. Because for departments that provide services to other city departments, which is city manager, city clerk, finance, maintenance, public works, IT, and HR, we all have a portion of those departments that are paid for by the enterprise accounts because we provide those same services to other funds. So if you lay off, let's just say the entire parks department, if you will, that's a bad example, IT, you're not going to receive the revenue that you would have gotten for that service because you're not providing that services anymore. Same thing for city manager, city clerk, etc. There are also positions we're legally obligated to have by law. The city clerk is one of them. It's a department of 0.5 people. So laying that position off isn't really a feasible option. So if you want a dollar for dollar savings, if you want those 19 to 38 people to really account for $2.8 million, you can really only lay off people from funds that only provide a service to the public and not to other city departments, which is planning, police, fire, parks, recreation, and streets. So just to recap, that's not really a plausible option. So general fund outlook. Revenues are not expected to increase dramatically. So there's going to be discussion, I'm sure, about cannabis. So when we brought the 2020 budget to you all, we said cannabis is going to help. It's not going to be the saving grace, but it's going to help us. But we also brought that a year ago, assuming we were going to have cannabis revenues in December or January. We've had one dispensary that's been open for 5 days. That's not the kind of data I like to use to build a budget because it can't be tested. 5 days isn't historical data. 5 days is just 5 days of a new business. So this budget, when brought back to you next week, will only include $200,000 of cannabis revenue for the year. We might get 500. I don't know. But at the time that I'm going to ask you to adopt the budget, I have no data to support anything more than 200,000. So I think it's possible that $2.8 million is going to get better and not worse. But in order to try to shore up that $2.8 million gap, we're not going to get all of it from cannabis. So we're going to have to find other mechanisms. So because we're seeing a reduction in sales tax due to sales tax deferral, property taxes, et cetera, we're going to have to find ways to increase our revenues, which is a sales tax ballot measure, which allows the public to vote on whether or not they would support something of that nature. Increases to TOT tax, which is another option. It hasn't been raised, I don't think, since the 1980s. But again, that's negligible. So, you figure you're only getting $200,000 a year. It's not going to be a huge revenue generator for you. And continuing to market Lemoore for sales tax generating businesses. But as you've seen, the retail market has completely changed. The age of internet buying power has completely changed the demographic for that type of thing. And we have to be a marketable community. And so we're building more rooftops, we're getting there, but we're still competing with the likes of Hanford for certain businesses. So to put it in perspective, if we brought a business to the city of Lemoore and we wanted to see significant changes in our sales tax base from just bringing in new businesses, the city only receives $10,000 for every $1 million in products sold. You would need $280 million in new sales in the city of Lemoore to shore up the $2.8 million gap on the 1% that we currently receive.
Michelle, can I interrupt real quick? And I do want to point out that last year, staff brought forth a project development agreement that would have been worth $1.8 million to the general fund. And it would have been a cultivation / dispensary located on the frontage road 19th and a half over by and Cedar. The company backed out because of the lack of public support for it, but we left $1.8 million on the table a year ago. Thank you.
So now that I have plied you with the doom and gloom of the general fund, we're gonna move on. So as many of you know, the city has 5 enterprise fund accounts. They have the fleet division, the golf course, the water fund, the refuse fund, and the water/storm drain fund. Those fees or revenues are collected from services provided from those specific scopes of work and can only be used to support services for those scope of work. So I can't take money that comes in from the water fund and use it to pay a police officer. It's not justifiable. You can't do it. So all of these funds are kept in independent funds or different funds, which is listed on the far left. And so what this is telling you is it's kind of rolling up what we're going to bring to you next week, which is, and I'll just kind of go over these one by one. The fleet maintenance division has an estimated fund balance, because remember, this year isn't over yet, of a deficit of $1.1 million. That's because in previous years, information wasn't getting put into the correct system and the departments weren't being charged their actual cost of service. So rather than anybody really looking into it, we just kept having the general fund just kind of pay it. So in order for us to kind of rescope how we're going to do the fleet department, we have to have a year of good data. So that's what we've been focusing on in fiscal year 20, making sure that every time an individual goes to the fleet department for service, that the cost of that service gets put into the system and that department is charged for it. So if you look all the way across, you'll note that the projected fund balance for end of fiscal year 21, there is no net change. And that's because we really anticipate that for every dollar spent, a dollar will be received. We're looking into the solution of the long-term deficit. And again, that's going to be after we start kind of getting into how we're going to solve that problem from the past. The golf course. The golf course is interesting. So the golf course has several loans against it. If the golf course didn't have loans, because we didn't build the other 9 holes and we didn't do a cart barn and we didn't do all these things in the past, then it probably would break even on most years. I say probably because on a wet year, that doesn't always happen. So this estimated fund balance of a negative $999,000, that is the historical deficit that the golf course has accrued that the general fund is responsible for paying if we are told by some power that be that yes, you must, effective today, make them whole. We carry a negative cash balance on the books, but in practicality, you can't have negative cash. So it has to come from somewhere. They're expected to receive $1.165 million in receipts next year, and their operating expenditures of 1.5. Their deficit will grow to 1.35 million. The water fund is $6.1 million fund balance to start the year, with another 9.4 in receipts, leaving an available fund balance for next year of 15.5. But you have $14.9 million in expenditures, and that's because $8 million of that is necessary capital improvement projects. So if we do every capital improvement project that we need to do next year, you're only going to have a fund balance of $628,000, which does not leave us any money to complete water fund capital projects in the following fiscal year. Refuse starts off with 862. We have the new fees that are going to take effect July 1st, which means the revenues are going to be 3.9. So they have available fund balance of 4.7. Total expenditures of 4.6 leaves 75. This may change. The reason for this is because they are requesting 2 new trucks next year and a replacement because we have several subdivisions coming online and they need more trucks. If we chose to only buy 1 instead of 3, this could change. And those are conversations that Nathan and I are still having with the department, which is why this is proposed and I'm not coming to you for actual adoption at the current time. Worst case scenario, they've got $75,000 at the end of fiscal year 21, and then they have to wait another year, so forego a truck in 22, and they could buy another one in 23. Wastewater and storm drain. So it has 8.4. It's going to end up with 11.8 after receipts. You have 4.3 in capital projects, bringing your total expenditures to 7.6. So the wastewater storm drain fund is at 4.1. Of all of the enterprise accounts, this is the most stable. Lighting and landscape maintenance districts. I don't know how many of you recall, but several years ago, The LLMD and PFMDs, which is the Public Facilities Maintenance Districts on the next slide, used to be all commingled into one fund. We had to unwind that because these are revenues that are assessed through levies, property tax levies. And so it can only be used for the services in that fund. So we created funds for each zone. So on this sheet, you have 14, because you have 2 8s. You have 14 LLMD districts. So this tells you their estimated fund balance beginning of July 1st, 2020, next fiscal year, how much they expect to get in revenues, how much they receive, and how much they will spend out. We're not paying down the deficit. All we're doing for these funds that are underfunded, is giving them the service that their levy or their revenue will support. If we have a zone that has more money, because some of them do, there's about 5 of them, we're doing capital improvement projects to kind of spin down that reserve so that those zones see the benefit of the tax assessment that's being imposed. We are currently in the process of having a new engineer's report done. We have to do it every year. It has to be adopted by the end of July. So once the engineer comes with their assessment and their report, these figures are likely to change. It'll be after the budget's adopted. So when that report gets adopted, we'll be bringing a budget amendment to council to reflect the new changes to these accounts for city council approval. And this is the same thing in the PFMDs. All of these funds are sufficiently funded. And so now it's just a discussion in-house within the department, how they're going to spend down some of these reserves for the accounts that have a ton of money. It's a nice problem to have. So this is Schedule 4. This is just the position allocation. I put this in here so that you could see that when we adopted the budget in fiscal year 20, we accounted for 122 FTE. We are down to 115 for next year. And this is why. We had a reduction of 1 payroll technician, a reduction of 1 police officer, and let me be clear that that was through attrition. Nobody lost their job. Somebody left the agency and we chose not to fund it for next year. A reduction of a maintenance worker 1-2 in the street division, same thing. That position was funded in the current fiscal year. We never filled it. And because of the financial situation, we're choosing not to fund it or fill it in the next year. A reduction of 3 positions in recreation. The director, 1 recreation coordinator, and 1 recreation specialist. The decision to do this was largely based on decreased revenues due to COVID and historical operational deficits. So I just want to point out, so that council understands, that the recreation department has been operating at an operational deficit since at least 2018. For the current fiscal year, because we're looking at a reduction in revenues coming in, we had to suspend all of our recreation programs in the beginning of March. Most of our revenues in recreation come in the spring and summer months when we're running summer programs and we're running soccer. So this year, the general fund is expected to subsidize the recreation department by $492,000. That's a $500,000 hit to our general fund. Next year, even with all the changes that we made and the reduction to only 1 staff and only running programs that actually see revenue, the general fund is expected to subsidize it by $87,000. So recreation programs are important. I believe it's something that we stood out from all of our other cities because we had a stellar recreation program. And in years when we have enough money to support that subsidy, I think it's absolutely worth it. But when we're talking about not having enough money to complete fiscal year 22, those are the kind of hard decisions that have to be made. I know Nathan and the rec employee are constantly talking about programs that we couldn't bring back that both meet the state requirements due to COVID and that are going to make us money to do them, or at least break even. We're not interested in bringing back any projects or programs that are going to cost the general fund money. The other reduction is 1 HR risk manager out of the HR department. So it's important to note that all of the reductions happened out of general fund departments, and we are not requesting any new positions for next year. So to recap, your options for reducing the deficit in the general fund include things like sales tax measures, which is this thing we just talked about, or TOT tax. Eliminating general fund positions, reducing salary and benefits, reducing operational expenditures, which includes addressing the deficiencies in the golf course, and outsourcing city services. None of those are pleasant options. questions?
What about the sale of assets?
Well, property is an asset. So yes, if we sell assets, it depends on how we acquired the asset. If we received grant funds and we don't keep that asset for long enough, in some cases, grant funds would have to be returned to the grant issuing entity. If we are talking about selling property that's owned by the redevelopment agency, a certain portion has to go to
Well,
that
let's just
taxing
say that
entity.
If somebody came in and wanted a cannabis facility, that would generate assets, right? A growth, a farm, basically. The one that we didn't take, they opted out.
I think what he's saying is the one that
Oh, the
they
one they
got
opted out.
turned away out on 19th and a half. If they
That
were
was
to
our
come to somewhere else in
property.
Lemoore.
Yes, that was our property it was bought by the RDA back in '09, I think, for just short of $1 million. And part of the rub was that I was going to lease that property long-term for $10,000 a year. That was part of the negotiations to get them here and get them on. So I figured 1.8 million a year, and those were the fees that they agreed to pay. There was definitely a public benefit.
So that would be general fund.
That was all general fund,
Correct.
100% general fund.
But it wasn't necessarily left on the table because they pulled out because of the communities.
Yes.
So
It was left-
it's not like it was a missed opportunity. It never came to fruition to even be an opportunity.
Well, it was a missed opportunity because when the residents dug their heels in that particular area, and they don't want trouble. They want to
Okay.
come in where they're welcome with open arms, and they could tell by the feel of the
But
building.
what you're saying is that it wasn't a missed opportunity by council. It was-
No, it was
it was
not.
a
It was
missed
the
opportunity
residents
by
of
the
our
city.
city did not want that business.
Do they still feel that way, you think?
I'm
In
sure
that particular neighborhood, I don't know. I'd have to go ask them.
I would
But-
venture to say, yeah.
Yeah.
They do feel that way. But, missed opportunities happen and people got to understand they made the choice and I'm not going to say I agree or disagree with that choice, but now we have to deal with the effects of it. So maybe another company will come in and we have some other land out in the industrial area.
It does happen.
Yeah, no, okay.
And I want to apologize. I know this data isn't good data, but I feel like in the past, when budgets have been brought to this council or previous councils more specifically, because let's be honest, this deficit didn't happen in the last 1 or 2 or even 3 years. This is a long-running problem that wasn't reported accurately to council. Maybe there was just a lack of general understanding. I don't know. But whatever the case may be, councils in the past were not provided an opportunity to see the true picture and try to solve the problem. So as much as these numbers are terrifying, they're factual. We have to do something to solve this problem.
So how hard was that to read to us?
Very. Sorry.
Yeah, it was hard to hear.
The end result is if, we don't find the answers to those questions, then the public is not going to get the services that they have gotten in the
Correct.
past, so.
We have 1 year to figure it out.
So maybe we shouldn't lease out the old city hall for a long period of time because we might be moving back into it.
I think we have
As we sell the courtyard, we close the north side fire station and have.
everybody goes to work from home status.
Everybody's going to have to downsize.
I'm sorry, I don't mean to make light of a situation. It's just, at some point, you got to find something to laugh at. I think we have a question from the public. I don't know if it's time to open it up to the public or if council still has questions.
Council agrees? Yep. Okay. Open to the public.
Quick questions. What is TOT, taxes? And is there a list of properties that the city owns? Because, I don't know of any property that the city owns. Is there a list that you could put out that say, well, this is here and this is here and this is here?
like the only viable land right now we have that you could sell would be like Mr. Plurd, or Mayor Pro Tem Plurd. The Northside Fire Department we own, but I think we're mandated to be able to have coverage for
'Cause
that
of the
side of the
railroad
city
tracks.
because of the train tracks. So I don't know if we can sell that. We could sell the golf course, that's city owned. We could sell the courtyard over there, the CMC, all that. Basically, any business we're conducting city businesses out of, the only property we really have that is anything for development that we own is the 35 acres. There's 35 acres in the South Industrial Park, and there's 19 acres, but that's earmarked for housing, low-income housing. We can't change the zoning on that. Then there's that 9 acres over by the well number 12 that we tried to negotiate a year ago to get the cultivation in.
And the soccer complex, no?
Soccer complexes. Yeah, any city park could
Yeah.
technically be sold.
And the Little League, I mean, there's so many questions and you guys are, if there's a list, okay, there's this acreage, there's this.
Yes, we
there's
could
this.
probably get a list of it.
Yes.
Sure.
And
We have all our
and
assets
market that.
documented.
The TOT is, that's,
Basically an
Train.
occupancy tax
Yeah, the-
on
For the hotels.
hotels.
For
Oh, on the
hotels.
hotels.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
I think it's transit
When
occupancy.
when I was mentioning those locations as possible places to go, I wasn't saying we were gonna go there. I'm just saying, worst case scenario, sooner or later, we're gonna have to do something to downsize because we can't afford what we are doing now. So I don't know, say the youth soccer facility, does that have some sort of a deed on it that says we can't have something other than a soccer field?
There's some language because the city just recently took that back about a year ago. And I think there's some language in the agreements that it has to maintain for children's
For youth
recreational
recreation.
activities for a period of years, but I'm going off memory. So I will have to get a definitive answer back to council on that.
Well, let me remain back to the audience. Anybody else want to expound on this? Okay, I see there's none. Go back to the council. See, there's none.
Well, no input, because if we don't get some, or a
Well-
little more discussion, we're gonna be bringing back what she proposed.
Yeah, let me just say that
With a few changes.
Obviously, we don't want to cut services. We don't want to cut people from their jobs. So ideally, the other side of the equation is to raise revenue. And in that, hopefully, if we can figure out the sales tax initiative later on this evening, we can get that through in November. And like she said, bring some other sales tax generating businesses to Lemoore. And it's not like, I don't think we're not knocking on the door. It's not that we don't have King's EDC and everything like that, trying to bring business into town. It's that right now, economically for anybody, household door businesses, people are on a pretty strict budget. And
I do want to point out to council that my intent was to bring this to you in May. And after COVID hit, I thought the longer we can wait, the better. Because one of the things to recognize is that sales tax data trails the end of the quarter by several months. So the longer I waited to bring this to you, the more accurate the sales tax predictions are. I doubt I'm going to have much more data by the time we adopt next week. But as these quarters end, so after the end of June, I'm hoping by August, September at the latest, we at least have numbers for how we closed this year, which will help be a better predictor because that will be the quarter where we should have seen the sharpest decrease in tax allocations. So my thought is that once a month at every council meeting, I can come up, even through just department reports, and give council a projection of where we're at for where we should be in the year based on revenues collected. Because again, if we don't pass a sales tax in November, there are going to be some very difficult mid-year decisions that have to be made. And if we don't, but we see substantial revenue increases, that changes the context of the conversation. And so as much as it pains me to adopt a budget with any sort of deficit, I truly believe that it is too soon to make drastic decisions because we don't know how COVID's going to affect us and we don't know if we're going to get a tax to pass. And once we know those things factually, that's when we're going to have to make some really tough choices.
Okay, if I may, is we the only city experiencing this, or other cities like Hanford, any other cities are experiencing what we're experiencing?
I can't speak to the magnitude of the problem. I can tell you that since COVID hit, both my finance manager and I and Nathan had been involved in tens, if not hundreds, of conference calls and webinars about COVID's impact to municipal governments. Everyone is feeling the pinch. Whether they had reserves to cover that is a different conversation. So I don't want to confuse two things. The city was on the course to be spending down reserves before COVID happened.
Mhm.
That might not have been the case for other cities across the state, but it certainly didn't help us. I mean, if we're losing $500,000 in sales tax revenue next year, projected, that $500,000 could have gotten us through fiscal year 22. Like it might have staved off another 6 months. So is everyone infected at the municipal level? Yes, I would say that's probably factually accurate. But the magnitude to which they're affected, I can't speak to.
We didn't see this. Did we see this coming? I mean,
Excuse me.
No, I don't think anybody
Oh,
saw
you mean
this coming.
COVID or the budget shortfall? We knew we were in financial, we were working towards resolutions on the general fund status of the city before the COVID hit. We didn't know COVID was coming.
no,
But yes, we knew we had to make some changes and get some revenues into the city. And we knew that 3 years ago.
And it was reported out last year when we adopted the budget. We knew long-term
as
this
far
wasn't
as
sustainable.
going bankrupt, what I'm saying.
Yeah, last year it was said that we had very few reserves left. We had maybe 3 years left. Well, 3 years just ended up being 2.5 because we have had significant impacts to our revenues that we didn't anticipate.
Okay, well,
As far as that unfunded liability, you had, your classic and your PEPRA, I think was, you said that those are going to continue to increase year to year. At some juncture, I'm not going to say it's in the next 2, 3, 4 years, but you're starting to get more of the PEPRA and less of the officers that were employed
Right.
prior to that date that you said.
So
Classic.
The classic.
the most recent data I have seen, so they do valuation reports every year that give us this data. And they do them after the close of the fiscal year, but we don't get the reports until around the holidays, most of the time before it's posted. But the last time that I looked at the overall projections, it shows increases in unfunded liability through fiscal year 24 or 25, and then it's supposed to start declining. But again, that's all relative to their investments. So if their investments are doing terrible, that prolongs that projection. And they have warned us, we can expect to see an increase, but they don't know the magnitude.
Okay.
I'll tell you, one of the things that I struggled with the most out of all this is the fact that it's very, very difficult to budget for unknowns. And I'm all about dollars and cents. And so when you have COVID and everyone's telling you in the professional finance world, as even our auditors are saying, there's no way to predict how bad this is going to be. And because the data hasn't come out to support even a projection, it's difficult to budget for that, which is why I was super conservative in my revenues. Because what I didn't want to happen was to bring to you a budget with a $2 million deficit and come to you mid-year and say, we're at 2.4. Sorry, guys, but now we have to change the trajectory of this conversation. It's not fair to the employees, it's not fair to the public, and it's not fair to you. So are my numbers conservative? Yes. Is there room for improvement? Yes. The magnitude of that, I do not know.
I got a question on TOT. Is that strictly a council number that we,
My understanding is yes, because it was
Well, then,
adopted via
why don't we-
resolution the last time.
why don't we talk about coming up with what other cities are charging for TOT and see if ours need to be at least
Resort fees.
compatible with our neighbors.
Those,
At least if it hasn't changed since 1980, it probably needs to.
yeah, those conversations were being had prior to COVID. Our tax and Hanford are the same currently. Visalia's, I think, 2 or 4% higher. But we could probably, after talking to some people in the industry, we could probably sustain an increase of 2%. But I'll have to go back and have those conversations again because things have changed.
Not a significant number, but it's just something.
Yeah, it's a number.
It'd be another
Something's better than
30,
nothing.
40,000 a year.
So the golf course is definitely red ink.
Yes.
And it sounds like the rec department is $400,000 worth of red ink.
For the current fiscal year, yes, but not for next fiscal year. Because we made those reductions in staff, and we also reduced programming. So the plan currently is for the next fiscal year to bring back spring youth indoor soccer. It's the most widely taken advantage of program. I think we had over 700 registrants last year. So 800 children in this community and outlying areas were taking advantage of that program, and we don't lose money on it. So we are planning to bring that back as long as there isn't some other stay-at-home order that's issued in the, the winter or the spring of next year that we can't account for. So we're bringing back programs that are being utilized that are not going to cost us additional funds.
The youth soccer field, is that leased out or?
No, it's the indoor one that's inside our rec facility.
No, the one that's at the corner of 19th and Cinnamon, roughly.
They pay a little bit to have their seasons there for the soccer and the,
It's a high maintenance
yeah.
load on the city as
Yeah.
far as.
What we get from the soccer and softball do not cover the expenses, but they do also do in-kind contributions and help to maintain some fields and do chalking and things of those natures. But yeah.
Well.
So I know it's,
I think that just about covers it. Let's think about going into closed session and really get blue. But thank you for those
thank you for your
numbers,
time.
And we'll probably see you again next time with even more real numbers, right?
Yeah, I don't expect them to change too much, but yeah. Thank you.
I didn't want to cut you off, but I wanted to cut you off so we could go on to the next thing.
Yeah, I just was asking, because there's so many coaches. And the next page.
I'll do that.
Okay.
Yeah, it's okay.
Okay. Going into closed session, these items may be set aside for the council to meet in closed session to discuss matters pursuant on Government Code Section 54956.9 D4. The city attorney will provide the oral report regarding the closed session at the beginning of the next regular city council meeting. 1, Government Code Section 54956.9, conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigations, significant exposure litigations pursuant to paragraph 2 or 3 of subdivision D of section 54956.9. 2 cases. 2, Government Code Section 54956.9 D1, conference with legal counsel, existing litigations. Name of case, Anne Marie Lugman versus City of Lemoore, Kings County Superior Court case number 19C0383. 3, Government Code Section 54956.9 D1, conference with legal counsel, existing litigation. Name of case, Cowley Duran versus City of Lemoore, Monterey Superior Court case number 20C0012704. 4, Government Code Section 54956.9 D1, conference with legal counsel, existing litigations. Name of case, Jeff Faber versus City of Lemoore, Kings County Superior Court case number 19C/0159. 5, Government Code Section 54956.9 D1, conference with legal counsel, existing litigations. Name of case, Mark Stacks versus City of Lemoore, Kings County Superior Court, case number 19C0404. 6, Government Code Section 54956.9 conference with legal counsel, existing litigations, name of case, Wells Fargo Bank, N.A. versus City of Lemoore, Kings County Superior Court case number 20C0108. That was a lot. We're gonna go into closed session. If we have to come out, I'm gonna have the attorney come out and give you what we need. B Street, Lemoore, California. Can everybody please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance? Remain standing for the invocation afterwards. Ready? Salute.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Remain standing.
Let's all bow our heads and close our eyes for a moment of prayer. Dear Heavenly Father, we come before you humbly, Father, confessing all that we've done wrong in your sight, Father. Lord, and we come before you humbly asking you, Father, to hear our prayers and heal our land, Father. Lord, we pray for your blessing upon this evening, Father, this meeting tonight, Father. We pray for your will to be done. We pray for sensitizing us to hear your voice, and I pray for a blessing upon all those who serve you. Lord, I pray a special blessing upon our mayor. Continue the healing and the comfort of his heart and his family. I pray for a blessing upon our police department, our fire department, all of our first responders, Father. Continue to protect them, Father. And Lord, we pray for your favor upon these things as well. Bless this evening, Father. May your will be done. And we pray all these things in the mighty name of Jesus Christ, our Lord and Savior. And all God's people said.
Amen.
Amen.
Thank you, Pastor. Appreciate it. Roll call.
Councilmember Lyons,
Present.
Councilmember Scaldi,
President.
Mayor Pro Tem Plord,
Present.
Mayor Neal.
Here.
Thank you.
Okay, going down to E, closed session reports.
Nothing to report, Mayor and Council.
Okay, F, agenda approval additions and or deletions. Are there any? See, there's none. Public comment. Well, hold on just a minute.
So Mayor, just so that you're aware, when we get to the consent calendar, the Navy's here and they'll be pulling one of the items.
Thank you. Okay, going back to public comment. Anybody want to expound on something that is not on the agenda? Come up, 3 minutes, state your name, address, where you from. Amy. How you doing?
Hello, everyone. Amy Ward, Lemoore Chamber of Commerce. I just wanted to say, lately, the Lemoore Chamber of Commerce has been hosting live Zoom videos on Facebook. We've had some Kings County Board of Supervisors. We've had some local leaders, and I would like to invite any of our city leaders to join me on one of these calls if interested. It's been incredibly beneficial to our membership to communicate what's been going on in and around our communities. So again, I would just like to extend another invitation if you guys would like to jump on a call. The great thing about it is we can remain socially distanced because we can be in 2 different locations, and the time and date can vary based on whatever our schedules can accommodate. So if you guys would like to, give me a call and we will set that up. Thank you.
Thank you.
When is your next scheduled Zoom meeting?
We will have one, I believe, next week. It's either Tuesday or Thursday, don't quote me, but I have Dr. Kristen Clark from West Hills. So we've had the EDC, the Farm Bureau, some Board of Supervisors, members from Valley Community, SBDC, different things like that, just to provide resources. So again, the great thing is we can do it at any time that works for your guys' schedule. So it's pretty flexible.
Thank you.
Okay, going down to ceremony. Any more, if I may? Thank you.
Connie Walaschen, 523 C Street in Lemoore. Nathan, I'd like to know the date of the meeting regarding the Voorhees property. I didn't know how to get hold of that.
Yeah, it was a planning commission, so from about a year ago, we can get that to you.
Oh, okay. Yeah, because okay. And I think that's it. Thank you.
Community activists.
Good evening, gentlemen. My name is Jesus Garcia, 984 East D Street.
I just have a quick question for you. Maybe that city manager can line me on this one. I was here during the meeting where when those licenses were issued to a couple of new business coming into town, you were talking about. During that meeting, if I'm not mistaken, one of the speculations was that the skate park that the Lemoore Rotary Club built for this community was going to be moved before the business was going to be open, for business. Am I mistaken on that? Did something happen that we're not aware that was supposed to be done?
So Nathan, you can respond. There just can't be a lengthy discussion on it because it's not an agenda item.
Okay,
Just curious.
At a subsequent meeting with more public input, there was discussion about allowing them to coexist for a short period of time to determine if the move was really necessary or not. So being the first dispensary just opened, that's something that we're probably going to be bringing back for further discussion in August.
Okay. But the possibility is that we'll be moved, but it's not possible. Okay, thank you.
And just to amplify on that, at the first time we discussed it, it was supposed to move. And then subsequently, we decided that we wanted to see if they could coexist.
Like we mean the whole council?
Yeah. But initially, it was supposed to move. You're right.
Wow, another one.
Any more public comments? I see there's none. Okay.
Good evening, council. Good evening, mayor, council members.
Hello.
A summary of I apologize, my name is Janie Venegas. I'm here as a Lemoore resident, also I'm in District B. A summary of the draft budget was presented at the 5:30 p.m. study session, but the actual draft budget document was not provided. I heard administration was waiting for more data. Why? What's going to change in 1 week? How can the council and citizens actually determine what the budget is if we can't even see it? And if one is coming in a week, will it actually be line items or is it just going to be a summary? How can we know what we're voting on if there's no actual document in front of you? Also, are we supposed to just go with the recommendation of administration? Current administration has demonstrated their lack of knowledge, experience, and skills in municipal government by allowing the budget to get so far in the red. The finance department is run by staff who have no financial background or experience, and we are supposed to just go with their recommendation. The city spent money to have financial experts come in and train the staff. Who does that in a deficit? And also, what happened to transparency? We have been lacking that for the last couple of years, and it continues to be lacking. It was said last year that administration knew the budget was upside down. So why did they make decisions to create new positions? That was crazy. If you know the budget in the red, why create new positions? Another questionable action was when the addition of the finance building to the CMC. It's nice, but was it worth it? If you know that you're in the red, why are you going to build additional nice offices that came from the general fund? Or why are you going to do more when you shouldn't? Your budget is already in the deficit. Why are you going to put it in there more? And although minor, those monitors that you have up there, the TVs, they look great, but that came from the general fund. Why are you going to make purchases, unnecessary purchases, when you're in a deficit? Why would you do that? And I am a huge supporter of the police department. I started in the police department. I back them 100%. The dispatch center should have never been moved forward. According to I think it was a 2018 staff report, $670,000 was coming from the general fund. Why would you do that? So we're going to have a really beautiful dispatch center, but we're not going to be able to fund it because there's no money to put any type of equipment in there. There's not money to actually have any dispatchers. but $670,000 is coming from the general fund. That's ridiculous. Although we're already into it, so we have to stay with it. I realize that my time is out. However, one thing that I would like to say is that our current administration is inexperienced. We need to really look at them and see, we need to make changes. Thank you.
Thank you.
You resent me. Thank you. Kristen Curcio, I'm in District B, Lemoore resident. And I wasn't going to say anything because I wanted to wait, but I too, I am disheartened at what I've seen since I've begun to come to city council meetings. Don't want to summarize it, don't want to beat a dead horse, don't want to get over it, but it's time that we find smart people to make smart decisions with our money, because I'm really tired of it. And I'm tired of seeing all of this and the diversity not be there. We've got too many people making personal decisions and not enough that are our voice in the decisions that we want.
Thank you.
I like it, but I gotta say it again.
Can you state your name? And
My name is Melvin Roman, a resident here at Patriot Place. I like Janie's comment over there of any experience, and just as her and all the people here, I'm tired of the lying from our administration. It's been over 2 years. I live on the PFND over here, and myself, I pay $800 a year for the maintenance of the sidewalk and the lighting. There's a light pole that's been gone for over 2 years. A car took it out. I was told it was going to be replaced 2 months ago. Still hasn't been replaced. The bushes are dead. The grass is dead. The landscaping is horrible. I was told it was going to be taken care of by Mr. Olson, and it has not been done. The last conversation we had after the last council meeting in here, he told me that he lost the hard copy of the contract.
Address the council.
Yes.
Okay.
I was told that the hard copy of the contract was lost. Nobody had a hard copy of it, so they couldn't hold the company accountable for it. So me and every other resident in that neighborhood pays $800 a year on taxes to maintain that sidewalk and those bushes, and it's not being done. That's something that you guys need to look into.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else?
Hi, Philip Wren, 1461 Bay Street, also owner of Berkshire Brewing. Something a little off the cuff. I would like to invite any of you up here to come into the brewery. We start opening again next week. Funny thing is, a lot of the correspondence that I received recently with my opinions on stuff that we'll discuss later has been met with, well, you've never come and talked to us before. We don't know who you are. You've never talked to us. Well, how about you reciprocate that with me? Come into my business, come into all of our local businesses, learn who these people are that, are feeding your citizens, and come on down. It shouldn't take us having to take time out of our day when we're busy business owners to come and sit here. Have you ever tried to keep over 1 trillion microorganisms alive? It's tough. I have beer brewing right now. It's a 24-hour-a-day thing. I don't always have time to come down here. So I would like to just expand. Nathan, I've seen you over there. You're okay. You guys, you're more than welcome to come on in. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else from the public? See, there's none. Going on down to, I see there's no ceremony and presentations. Department City Manager report, Mr. Olson.
So due to the lengthy discussions tonight, we're not having any department reports this evening, other than this, we're 60 days out from the census count. So if you have not responded to any of the online or in-phone asks for your census count, in 60 days, they're gonna start knocking on your door. So now the big push is don't have us knock on your door, just go online and fill it out. And there are a couple census car parades going on Friday and Saturday in Avenel, Armona, and Home Gardens. Thank you.
Thank you. Consent calendar, section 3. Items considered routine of this nature in place on the consent calendar, they will be considered to vote upon on the votes on one item unless the council member or member of the public requests individual consideration. 3-1, approval minutes, regular meeting, June 2nd, 2020. 3-2, approval debt policy management. 3-3, approval resolution 2020/18, authorizing execution and deliver of the equipment lease agreement with PNC Equipment Finance LLC. 3-4, approval second reading ordinance 2020/05, approval zoning map amendment number 2020/02, and ordinance 2020/06, approving planning unit development number 2020/1.
Mayor Neal, the city clerk just mentioned that a member of the public would like to pull items 3.2, 3.3, and 3.4. I believe it was at Ms. Wolashin's request.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. 3-5. Approval resolutions 2020/21, authorizing the transfer of funds for FY 2020. Besides 2-2, 3-3, and 3-4, do anybody from the public want to expound on any of these? Going back to the council, anybody want to make a motion or talk about this?
I move we approve 3-1 and 3-5 on the consent calendar.
I'm sorry.
Wait, do you
I'm
have?
sorry. No, I wanted to talk about 3.2, 3.3, and 3.4.
That's been done.
Right, so right now, council has a motion to approve 3-1 and 3-5.
Yes.
Second.
Got a motion by Mr. Pruitt and a second by Mr. Lyons. Mr. Pruitt?
Aye.
Mr. Lyons?
Aye.
Mr. Scody?
Aye.
And I vote aye. Okay, coming up, Mrs. Hutchins?
3-2.
You guys vote?
Yeah, we got a motion already. Now we're going to what Ms. Velasquez
Okay.
wanted to be pulled.
I wanted to know what the debt policy management was. And 3-3 was the equipment, the golf course equipment. And 3-4, the second reading for the zoning, for the base. I've never been against, I've always been against the housing out at by the college. But I think you guys are gonna go through with that. But I would like to know, did the city waive any impact fees with that? Or is that developer gonna pay the impact fees?
I think we should discuss 3-2 first, make a
Right.
decision on it, 3-3, and then 3-4. So if you
Okay.
would like to, what?
You want me to sit down?
No, you want to discuss 3-2 first?
Sure. What does that mean? What is the debt policy management? Is that your budget?
Okay,
Ms. Spear.
Yeah, so
is Ms. Spears here? You want to expound on that, Ms. Spears?
So the city does not currently have a debt policy in place. We're required to do so, especially to take action for items that are on the agenda later. It's a way for the city to guide our debt practices, so how we incur debt, how we manage our long-term debt. So this is a policy that we'd like to put in place to make sure that we're compliant with the state requirements.
anyone else from the public have any questions?
Anyone else from the public have any questions about this?
Basically, it's giving us guidance and gives staff guidance on how we manage our debt. We don't have a policy now, and this is basically putting it in writing. If you'd like to see the policy, it would be on the website. You could have seen it before the
I didn't see it. I looked through 12,000 pages and I didn't see that. So, okay. But, so you don't have a policy written, or you do have it and it's on the website?
I think our policy is not to become in debt. That's for one.
The
So
city,
the debt policy is attached to the agenda for tonight as one of the
Page 12.
exhibits.
Okay.
If there's no more questions on that, or do you have a question more on the policy? Then I move we approve 3-2.
Second.
Got a motion from Mr. Plourde, a second from Mr. Lyons. Mr. Plourde?
Aye.
Mr. Lyons?
Aye.
Mr. Scotty?
Aye.
And I vote aye. 3-3 passes. Going on to 3-3.
She should come up and
Can you
use the
come to the
microphone.
podium, please? We can hear you. Thank you.
Make it easier too. The city wants to rent or lease 50 new golf carts at $4,000 and some a month, and they're only 4 years old. Is that usually a time limit for golf carts? And do they get that much use out at the golf course?
Yeah, so we currently we're in the middle of a 5-year lease. So we're at end of year 3. We're starting year 4 of a 5-year lease. It's pretty common in the golf industry that you roll your carts every 3 years. Of the fleet of 60 golf carts we have, there's about 20 of them that can't complete a round of golf. So they're not even being used, they're parked. The batteries are no good on them. And typically you would renew the lease. What this lease is, it's upgrading the fleet with the new 5-year batteries, and the cost is pretty much minimal. So the impact to the golf course is, if we don't renew the lease, we'll have a lot of people walking because we won't have carts available, and you could lose some more revenues depending if people want to walk or not. Whether we upgrade the lease or not, we're still going to have our lease payment for the existing lease with the carts sitting in the barn that cannot be used.
Okay, for 2 more years though,
For
right?
2 more years, yes. Now this new lease would be a 5-year lease, but the batteries are guaranteed to go the life of the 5-year lease. So we would be in the same position. Batteries have been updated, and you can get a better battery now.
And
Wow.
is the lease less than our current lease?
It's the same price, but we're getting 10 less carts. So instead of having a fleet of 60, we'd have 50. In common practice now, if we have big events, we will get carts from we will lease carts from other golf courses if we need to bring them in.
Okay.
I think that's it. Any other comments?
Any other comments on 3-3? Thank you. Coming up.
You stated that that's going to be 50.
Excuse me. Can you state your name, address, where you're from?
Mercedes Garcia, 139 National Drive, Lemoore, California. You stated it's going to be how many golf carts?
It would be 50,
50?
50.
Okay, because on the staff report, under the financial considerations, it says 60. The new monthly cost for 60-month lease is going to be, so that's for 60 months?
Yeah, the staff report I'm looking at, it says 50 RXB golf carts to be leased for a period of 60 months.
Okay, and then it's going to be a reduction by 1,500 annually? Under the financial considerations?
Yes,
So it would be a reduction to the general fund?
yes.
Okay.
So the golf course is technically an enterprise
Price
account.
fund?
It has to pay for itself.
Okay, so,
Yes,
okay. So it is a savings,
a little one, but yes.
okay.
Okay, anybody else from the public want to expound on these 3-3? So there's none? Okay, Ms. Velasquez, come up again for 3-4.
If you could do, consider a motion.
My bad.
Sorry.
Can I get a motion on that? Going once, going twice?
I'd like to make a motion to approve 3-3.
I got a motion by Mr. Scotty.
Second.
Got a second by Mr. Lyons. Mr. Scotty?
Aye.
Mr. Lyons?
Aye.
Mr. Plourde?
Aye.
And I vote aye. Motion carries. 3-3 passes. 3-4.
All right, this is the housing development. I'm I feel like the city of Lemoore has let down the Navy. And,
I can't hear you, Bill.
sorry,
Thank you.
that they've let down the Navy. We haven't kept the green zone out there like they promised way back in the 60s. And this is just, and I feel like this came up so quickly. During the COVID, we're not, we're supposed to be social distancing and not coming out or anything. And then you read about it and it's there last month. And the first reading was 2 weeks ago. And then this is the second reading. And I don't like the idea of the housing because it's right underneath the flight plan. And I just don't agree with it. I know that probably the people that own the property want to sell it, but it was alkali back in the day and it's still alkali. So, but anyway, but then I also want to know, did the city waive any impact fees for this? Because sometimes the city has a big habit of waiving impact fees. And if they did, that means that we have to pay for the impact.
So on impact fees on a development like this, the one thing we are talking and is the traffic study out there has shown the need for some roundabouts. So we've been working with the developer, we've been working with Caltrans, and we would use those, offset the cost of those temporary roundabouts out of some of the impact fees for these housing. So it would allow us to build and have roundabouts and would get rid of the congestion that we currently have the hour before and after school gets out. That's pretty common. We're not giving them free stuff to build.
Yeah, but the city has a bad habit of giving people forgivable loans and not, end up paying for it. And I know that the city has a couple of times waived impact fees and they've been like $200,000. So I just want to make sure that the city has not waived any impact fees, because otherwise the city of Lemoore and the citizens, we're going to have to pay for that. Besides the noise and everybody say, oh, this and that. Well, I'm a very strong proponent of the military because that's what I do. And I think this was a bad idea and it came too quickly. I don't know if they have a time limit of like the 1st of July, but I just want to let you know that I'm totally against it, but I definitely didn't want the city to waive any impact fees because that's going to have to come out of the budget.
No.
And we don't have any money.
Yeah, no impact fees were waived on this.
Okay.
Thank you, Mrs. Falashian. Anyone else?
Good evening, Mayor Neal, and the Lemoore City Council. On behalf of Captain Douglas Peterson, Commanding Officer of Naval Air Station Lemoore, I am Commander Chris Fisher, the Executive Officer for Naval Air Station Lemoore. I've been proud to be stationed here for over 15 years. I'm currently in my 6th tour of duty with NAS Lemoore, and I've conducted well over 1,000 hours of flight training starting out of this Naval Air Station. And if I may be so bold as to ask longer than the normal 3 minutes to continue.
That's fine. You've let
That's
us
fine.
know.
On June 2nd, 2020, the Lemoore City Council unanimously passed ordinances 2020-05, ordinance 2020-06, resolution 2020-19, and resolution number 2020-20. Once fully implemented, these actions will allow for the construction of 362 single-family homes underneath a pre-existing low-level flight pattern. Naval Air Station Lemoore is concerned that the actions will lead to encroachment to mission, incompatible development, subject individuals to high aircraft noise, and expose our aircrew and future Lemoore residents to unnecessary health and safety risks. Earlier today, my team submitted a six-page letter to your city staff thoroughly outlining our concerns. I encourage you to read our letter and address those concerns. During the June 2nd, 2020 public comments period, Captain Peterson was surprised to hear that this project was under consideration for over a year. Additionally, that the Navy concurred with the annexation of West Lemoore because the Navy needed housing for its personnel. Also that the Navy can simply move the GCA box pattern. You made comments on your love of jet noise and attribute it to the sound of freedom. I am concerned that based on these assumptions, the City Council is convinced that residential development in West Lemoore is compatible with Naval Air Station Lemoore's mission. Naval Air Station Lemoore contends that residential development underneath a pre-existing low-level flight pattern is incompatible with our mission. Upon a return to his office, Captain Peterson asked our staff to conduct a deep dive and provide us with a brief synopsis of how we got here and to address the assumptions made during that meeting. First, address planning. We were surprised to hear that the developer, the Planning Commission, and the City Council and its staff were planning this project for over a year. I asked the council, why was Naval Air Station Lemoore not involved to participate in the initial planning process? We first heard of this project in April 2020 when the city released a 900-page planning document which began the 30-day public review period. The project was fast-tracked and approved by the Planning Commission. Less than a month later, the city released a 1,000-page agenda package in preparation for the June 2nd, 2020 City Council meeting. I will point out that your staff provided you, the public, and our team about 72 hours to review the documentation in preparation for the first reading of the noted ordinances and resolution. Historically, projects of this magnitude that can negatively affect the community allow for vast public participation through a series of workshops and public meetings. The second question to the City Council is, why did you find it necessary to break protocol in order to fast track and approve this project? On the question of the West Lemoore annexations, the second item of discussion is NAS Lemoore's involvement in the annexation of West Lemoore. Specifically, and I quote, that NAS Lemoore leadership agreed with the annexation because the installation needed housing for its personnel. None of my staff or I were here in June 1997 when West Lemoore was annexed. In fact, that was the year I joined the Navy. However, during our record search, we found 28 separate occasions where Naval Air Station Lemoore and City of Lemoore engaged in formal discussion over West Lemoore. During those discussions, NAS Lemoore consistently discouraged the construction of residential development underneath the GCA box pattern. As far as housing is concerned, NAS Lemoore does not have a shortage of on-base housing. In fact, over the last 10 years, as the scope of our mission and the number of units has increased, Naval Air Station Lemoore has been in partnership with Lincoln Military Housing, completed the latest phase of a 30 single and multifamily homes to support its on-base population. NAS Lemoore Bachelor Enlisted Quarters can surge to support the housing needs of another 2,000 personnel. Moving or altering the GCA box pattern is the definition of encroachment. The ground control approach 2 Romeo Golf 1/4 Lima Golf 1 patterns were established circa 1961. The pattern is used to vector aircraft. We all know about the fog season here. When it gets down to 200 feet vertical visibility over the airfield, that's absolute field minimums for Hornet, of which I've flown over 2,400 flight hours. On many occasions, I've personally flown into NAS Lemoore utilizing precision approach radar system, which is the GCA box. And on many times I've broken out. If I can't do that, if the GCA box is not there, I have to divert my aircraft to China Lake on the other side of the Sierra Nevada mountains. The sound of freedom. I truly believe in your sincerity and greatly appreciate your support. In fact, there's a sticker on the back of my Suburban that says the sound of freedom with the outline of a Super Hornet. However, I am worried that the future Lemoore residents will not share in your zeal and enthusiasm over jet noise. Let me point out that at 61 years old, we are the Navy's newest naval air station. Encroachment happens gradually and over time, and its true impact is forthcoming. Some of our older sister air stations are just now succumbing to the pressures brought on by encroachment. These installations are under pressure from the community to change various aspects of their operations, and therefore degrading their mission capability. I predict that 50+ now enjoys. But many of those installations were closed after the 1990s BRAC rounds. And one of the biggest factors there was encroachment and complaints from the public over the loud jet noises. Examples include Marine Corps Air Station El Toro, Marine Corps Air Station Tustin, Castle Air Force Base. I grew up in the East Bay area. My entire greatly enjoyed and loved watching aircraft take off and land at Naval Air Station Alameda. and seeing the USS Carl Vinson, the USS Enterprise laid up at dockside there. In fact, my dad would take me out to Treasure Island whenever the carrier was coming in and out of port so I could see all the sailors lined up in their whites. It's one of the main reasons why I decided to be. Fortunately for NAS Alameda, and fortunately for Lemoore, encroachment around Alameda forced the Navy to decide that they could no longer get fully mission-capable sorties operated out of NAS Alameda. So that's why in 1961, the United States Navy decided to start to build NAS Lemoore. And over the years, all the functions of NAS Lemoore were moved to Alameda. So that in 1997, the year that I graduated from high school in the East Bay area, was the very same year that NAS Lemoore NAS Alameda, my apologies, closed its door, and the entire West Coast attack wing was moved to Naval Air Station Lemoore. Another example, Castle Air Force Base. The communities of Atwater and Merced, California, located just miles to our north, have not fully recovered from the closure of Castle Air Force Base. When Castle Air Force Base closed in 1995, there was a huge economic impact to the area because we spent a lot of money there. Castle was really an integral part of the community from an economic and cultural standpoint, and I believe that NAS Lemoore fills the same role with the city of Lemoore and its residents. Castle Air Force Base now serves as the Atwater Airport Industrial Park, and due to lack of maintenance and use, most of that infrastructure is deteriorating, and the same is true with Naval Air Station Alameda in Alameda. If you look at both those air stations, neither city has really come up with an idea of what to do with those sites. So I'd hate to see the same thing happen with Naval Air Station Lemoore. Encroachment occurs over time and ultimately ends with open hostilities between the military installation and the community. I predict that by allowing for incompatible development, the city council tipped the domino that will set in motion events that will ultimately lead to conflict between NAS Lemoore and the city of Lemoore. Previous NAS Lemoore commanding officers and I understand that the city of Lemoore is critical to supporting Naval Air Station Lemoore's mission. Thus, we have strived at every level to be good neighbors and to support Lemoore's smart growth initiative through economic contributions and strategic partnerships. Per our 2008 economic impact analysis, the installation contributes over $1 billion per year to the local economy. Additionally, it supports a population of over 14,000 military and civilian personnel that live or work on board the installation. It also provides services for over 8,000 military retirees, their families, that use the installation's commissary, exchange, clinic, and other quality of life facilities. Many of these personnel are citizens of Lemoore. Our partnership with the local community, Central Union School District, in partnership with CUSD, NAS Lemoore successfully petitioned the Office of Economic Adjustment for a construction grant to upgrade Acres School on campus, which is over $9 million grant that we got from the federal government. Similar efforts are currently underway to secure a second grant to upgrade Neutra Elementary School, also on board Naval Air Station Lemoore. The 2020 National Defense Act set aside $50 million to fund the Defense Capital Improvement Program. This pilot program allows the local community, in partnership with the local military, for shovel-ready capital improvement projects. Over the last several months, members of my team and members of your staff identified several projects to nominate for this program. The Joint Land Use Study. Naval Air Station Lemoore and the City of Lemoore successfully completed the Joint Land Use Study. We appreciate the city's adoption of Articles for future Lemoore residents. The Navy and I stand ready to continue to foster and strengthen community partnerships that support both the community and Naval Air Station Lemoore's mission. Ultimately, Naval Air Station Lemoore will respect the City Council's decision. However, I recommend that in partnership, the Navy and the city petition the Office of Economic Adjustment for a planning grant. The grant will allow us to develop compatible land uses underneath the current GCA box. My staff and I appreciate your consideration. I'm confident that together we will find alternatives which will allow our community to grow, provide for the health and safety of our citizens, and allow our installation to continue operating in a safe and hazard-free operating environment.
Thank you.
You said you sent out a 6-page communication with the city. Was that today that you sent that out, or?
Yes, that was today.
Okay. Was that shared with city councilmen as well?
I haven't seen the 6-pager from today.
I do,
I got a 2-pager from Rowan yesterday.
Good afternoon, Ron Benito, 700 Avenger Avenue.
Mhm.
That letter was emailed to the city council and the city clerk. And additionally, a letter was hand-delivered this afternoon by myself to the planning commission.
Okay.
All right, but
I try to check my email a couple times a day, and I've checked it several times a day, and I have not received anything from anybody regarding this particular.
Yes, sir. Again, that email was emailed to the city manager and the city clerk.
Okay.
Okay.
So,
But not necessarily to the council
Not to
members.
the council.
yeah, the protocol that we've established is we deal directly with the city manager on items such as this.
Okay, thank you, sir.
And then
That letter probably will show up in handouts available to the general public whenever they get posted. But I did read the captain's letter from the last meeting. I think it was like 4 pages. It had illustrations of the flight pattern and the box and all that you were talking about. But it didn't really say what compatible use was. Is compatible use agricultural, or is it high density, no living being underneath a flight pattern? What is compatible use?
I'm just a simple naval aviator. I fly strike fighter aircraft for a living. And that's why we're proposing that we need to petition the Office of Economic Adjustment for a planning grant so that we as the Naval Air Station can be good stewards with the community in which we reside. Ensure that we
Well, the reason why the city annexed that property in the first place was probably growth. And J-Lou's, 2011, something like that. We've had 9 years to talk about growth, and nothing seems to have happened in 9 years as far as compatible use underneath there, so.
were on the table less than 2 months ago. And over the last 9 years, we've been busy. We brought over $800 million in military construction to this base. We've bought the Navy's only 5th generation strike fighter aircraft, the F-35C. We've moved 3 fleet squadrons from Naval Air Station Oceana and Virginia Beach to Naval Air Station Lemoore on the pivot to the Pacific. We've created the Naval Aviation Maintenance Center of Excellence that was critical in achieving the President's goal of reaching the goal of 321 F-18 ENF strike fighter aircraft.
Last week, or at our last meeting, West Hills came and taught West Hills College, and then there's the university school. And
Middle College High School.
what's that?
And Middle College High School as well. There's a total of 3 schools out there.
So, they were going to be exposed to that same noise, with 1,800 feet above their head, roughly. 1,500 feet.
I'm sorry, sir, what was your question?
Why is it okay for a college to be out there and not a community?
Yeah, again, those plans were in effect back in 1997, and we didn't come into the picture to assist with the planning process in 8 timeframe. We did develop the joint land use study in partnership with the city of Lemoore, and we had some really good success with that. But there was one piece of the puzzle that was missing, and that was a joint study between the city of Lemoore and the Navy to look at the GCA pattern, to develop a product that's going to allow us to be compatible there. And unfortunately, of all the resolutions that were adopted by the city council, that resolution was not adopted. And we've constantly asked about that study, but again, we really haven't had any traction.
So what was your name again? I'm sorry, I missed it.
Yes, Roman Benitez at 700 Avenger Avenue, Lemoore, California.
Thank you. And what was yours? I'm sorry.
Yes, I'm Commander Chris Fisher.
Chris Fisher.
Yes, I'm the executive officer for Naval Air Station Lemoore.
Okay. Any more from the council?
For this gentleman or in total?
Are you finished?
Yes, sir, I am.
Okay,
There's no more
thank you.
questions.
Thank you so much.
Thank you for your time.
Mhm.
Jeff Garcia, small business owner, 162 West D Street. I wasn't going to speak on this item because and I think most of us have lived in Lemoore long enough to have heard several of these presentations from XOs and COs and other experts from the base. Mr. Plord, I believe you probably have many times as well. I've actually served on 2 general plan committees in this town, and I think some of you have been on them as well. So I think compatible use is a term that most of you should be familiar with, and Mr. Plord, I think you should as well. Compatible use, even more so. In general, incompatible use under a flight path with an F-18, F-35 are homes. That's incompatible because people don't like to live under what we've been hearing all night. It's one thing to be in a classroom during the day, but it's another to live there 24/7 and have to hear that. You know, I believe jet noise is beautiful as well, but it is noise. I mean, no matter how you place it, no one wants to live under that. And that's what causes people to complain once the houses are built. And that's why all these bases have had issues, whether it's Oceana, El Toro, all the ones that the EXO mentioned. You know, it's true, this happens, and you're doing exactly the same thing that these other communities did. You felt it was not important enough to protect the base. And here we are talking about shortfalls in our budget, and you're about to poo-poo the goose egg, the golden goose egg of this town is that base. And you're going to disrespect that. I think that's horrible. And I think that any type of housing under that flight path is incompatible. If you want to build commercial, if you want to build industrial, you know, some low density schools, you know, maybe that's okay. But you put houses under there and you're going to have problems. It may not be in 5 years, but once those houses get built, people start living under there and they're unhappy with the noise, because it is noise. They're going to start to complain to you. They're going to start to complain to their congressmen, their assemblymen, and it's going to change the dynamics. So that's what we want to avoid. So, you know, we're surrounded by dirt, farmland, whatever you want to call it. We can grow in other directions. We can go north. We can go east. You know, we've talked about that in our general plan many, many times. And there's really no limitations. Why we're so stuck in going west, I'm not quite sure. I don't think that's the best place for that use, because it is incompatible. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Jesus Garcia, 984 East D Street. You know, I'm going to have to kind of piggyback a little bit with these gentlemen I'm talking about. I myself, like Mr. Plord, served in the military for 20 years. I was stationed at Marine Corps Station El Toro when that base closed. Part of the base closing, like we're talking about, is because of what is going on right now here. Now, will Lemoore close because of this? Toro close, Alameda close, Castle close. Is it possible for the Naval Air Station to get out of here and move somewhere else? Can you imagine what would happen to this community if that base closes? Have you guys checked what the gentleman talked about, what happened to Castle, that area? Now, for 20 years, you know, I fixed these noisy makers, and I loved it. You know, the sound of freedom is great. But tell you what, when Mrs. Lyon is setting up her 2-month-old to sleep at 7 o'clock, and you got an F-35, you know, busting by at 300 or 400 feet, she's not going to be happy when the baby's awake.
No, those F-35s are loud. Yeah, I agree.
Okay. And I'll tell you what, those F-35s, like, you know, like the commander mentioned, you know, when they're coming down to land, when there's low visibility, they're going to be coming down low. And let's be realistic. You telling me that 362 families, when they moved in there, they're going to say, oh, I love this noise. I love this, you know, sound of freedom. Do you guys think that?
No, I don't.
I think you guys think that, man. That's
for clarity. Are you saying they're going to be flying 300 feet out over the housing here? Is that what you're trying to portray?
Whatever altitude they have to fly in order for them to land safely. You know, it's just going to be a time when they have to be a little bit lower to fly. I mean, come on.
I'm just, you know, I just want the record straight, because they're not going to be flying 300 feet over the college.
They may not.
It's not going to happen.
But you know what? If it comes to safety, they're going to fly whatever altitude they need to fly in order to land that aircraft. I mean, that's, you know, like I said, I served for 20 years, and I was a member of that community that we fix those things. So, you know, I want you to think really, you know, hard when you make these decisions. You know, like, my cousin Jeff Garcia mentioned, there is a lot of land over here where we can expand. A lot of land. Okay, and it's a big difference when somebody leaves out there that, they're gonna be at college for 3 or 4 hours or whatever, and yeah, they're gonna have a couple of aircrafts, flying by and a little bit of noise. But when you live in that community and you have that noise 24/7, gentlemen, please, think very, very seriously when you make that decision. Thank you.
Heather Kirby. I live at 701 Crescent Lane. You've been to my house. My house backs up to 41 and 198. And the jet noise, it doesn't bother me. I've been around it. I was in the Navy, stationed over here. But there are days that they do fly low. It happens. And they rattle the pictures on my walls. I mean, it's going to happen. And there are days, and last year was a perfect example, when he broke the sound barrier. And I know you guys, we could call the city, and that's probably what we should do so that you guys could call out there. But there's a number to call, and we all call it. You call out to the base, you make your complaint, and it goes in the logs. And whether you guys have done your due diligence and called out there and gotten all the hundreds and thousands of calls going back years and years that are on file to find out who's called, what they were about, what happened, how low they were flying. They're there, and you can see them all. So whether you guys have done that to find out or not, they're there. You can get copies of all of them. They're there. And that's what's going to happen when you build out there. They're going to fly, and there's going to be hundreds of calls because they're going to shake the walls just like they do at my house. The helicopters, or they're even worse. But it's going to happen, whether they do or don't call. But they're not going to call you. They're not going to call the city because there's a phone number to call. So you guys are not going to hear about it.
At the last council meeting, I spoke with Captain Peterson and asked how many have people from our community have complained that he was knowledgeable of. And he said he had 0 complaints that he knew of. Okay, maybe it way under somebody else under him received many complaints. But I'm saying that's what Captain Peterson stated.
They're there.
I'm sure I was kind of.
Are you saying you're one of them, or?
Oh, yeah. I've called.
Okay.
But I know they're there.
Oh, no, I was a little bit like, wow, but thank you.
I know they're there. So you just got to call, find out. I guess call the right place.
If I may, just one more point. I may have mentioned earlier that I live in base housing, which is directly underneath the flight path of incoming aircraft. Well, not directly underneath. Sometimes I mess up a little bit and stray directly over my house. There is a very large difference between having an F-18 fly directly over your house at 1,800 feet than just having it fly a quarter of a mile offset from your house at 1,800 feet. And our standard windows of operation, Monday through Friday, are 8 a.m. until midnight. And once the sun goes down, that's when a large majority of our instrument practice approaches are conducted. A lot of our training for guys who had just gotten winged and are now flying gray jets for the first time in their naval career, they're learning how to fly the instrument pattern at night because it's dark, they can't see. And so our GCA pattern is mostly flown at night. Now, if you build houses directly underneath that GCA pattern, right now the houses are offset to the side. But if you just move the zoning over quarter mile, half a mile, now you're directly underneath, that is a drastically different noise than when it's just offset. And trust me, I live there. I have 4 children. When we first moved into housing, my youngest was 6 months old. A couple years later, we had another one. And I've sat there at night rocking my kids to bed, listening to jets fly over. Now I'm a naval aviator. That's what I signed up to do. It's what my family, what my wife signed up to do. My kids, they kind of got coerced into it. But we chose to live in base housing, as does everyone else. We have a choice whether to live out in town or live on base. But we accept that noise because we're active duty in the military, and that's something that we just accept as a way of life. Some civilian comes in and moves into a house, and now they went out there with the realtor on a nice quiet Sunday afternoon when we weren't flying, and now they buy the house, and then for the rest of the time they own that house every single night until midnight they're going to have jet noise, and we're only expanding our hours of operation. I mentioned earlier to pivot to the Pacific, how we've moved 3 strike fighter squadrons from Naval Air Station Oceana to Lemoore. We currently have 16 fleet squadrons on this base. We've got 2 fleet replacement squadrons. Those are training squadrons. We have over 300 aircraft, billions of dollars, tens of billions of dollars worth of gray aircraft sitting on our flight line. This is the largest strike fighter base in the United States Navy. We hold 60% of the Navy's strike fighter power is based right here at Lemoore. And tonight, there are Lemoore squadrons out on ships when their families are back here in Lemoore. So when I first was stationed here back in 2003, we didn't fly on the weekends. We're doing it now. And we're flying till midnight. And sometimes we have to fly later than midnight. We could be flying till 2, 3 in the morning. I've launched at 3 a.m. and landed at 5 a.m. I went home bleary-eyed because the sun was coming up and I didn't know which way was up. But, we don't call the city and say, hey, we're going to be doing this. We just have to do it because that is the mission of the base. We have to do that in order to be prepared to go out and do this country's bidding.
Mr. Fisher, I have a question for you.
Sure.
The flight pattern that you keep talking about, the GCA or GSA, what was it again?
We're referring to it as GCA. It's a ground controlled approach.
Okay, so I just, some particulars on this. How wide is this flight pattern?
I'm not an air traffic controller. I'd have to go back and talk to my air traffic facilities folks. Again, I'm just a pilot. They vector me. They tell me, climb to 1,800 feet at the approach end, turn right, bearing 030.
Can you maybe guess at it? Is it like 100 yards wide, or is it like a half mile wide? I mean, I have no idea. And
no, it's not that precise. The precision part comes on the final approach. They're just vectoring us all into basically a big conga line, because when it cuts down to field minimums, we can do simultaneous approaches on the 2 runways we have. That's what allows us to get our aircraft back in the airfield. Because these aircraft are coming back from over the Sierra Nevadas. They've gone out and done training missions. And you have 10 aircraft coming back to an airfield that can only land 2 aircraft every couple of minutes, because we need 10 miles of separation between aircraft in order to safely land them. And now you've got a backup aircraft. That backup is happening on that GCA box. And that's the only precision approach system that we have. And trust me, for years we've been asking for an ILS, an instrument landing approach system, which is what the Air Force uses and what all commercial aircraft uses. NavAir is never going to fund that. And even if we had an ILS, we would still use the existing GCA box in order to line up those aircraft so that they could take their turn on that final approach section.
I have another question. On a typical day, a random normal day, how many jets would you say are they going to fly through this area where we want to build these houses, or let Lennar, that is, build these houses?
Off the top of my head, I'd say probably 20 to 40 aircraft.
Roman again. So if you look at one of our air installation compatible use zones report, it's called an ACUS report. And so what that report does, it pretty much gives you the information of the operations at the airfield and the sound contours. And so based on that report, we fly over 110,000 operations a year. Of those 210,000 operations, about 4,000 and some change are flown in the GCA patterns. So, and again,
Is that in a year or is that in?
annual average. Yes.
Okay.
So, but again, that's an annual average. Depending on the flight schedule, depending on the training, depending on the weather, you may or may not get more than 5,000 a year. It just depends.
So how about you, Mr. Benitez? Do you know how wide the flight path is by chance?
Again, I don't. I'm not an air traffic control officer.
So only air traffic controllers know how wide the flight plan?
We could get you that information.
Because I'm just curious, because it's like, I'm curious to know if, that site, if it's directly under, and if this flight path is so narrow to where it literally is right above it, I mean, that's going to weigh on me. But if it's a half mile wide, that's going to weigh on me the other way.
Right. So the flight track, again, I'll get you the width, but the flight track itself, West Lemoore is in the flight path. It's in the 60 or 65 decibel area.
Okay.
Tonight, it's roughly right over city council.
Yeah.
You don't want to monopolize the time because we've got quite a few people that would like to talk, but I do appreciate your comment. And the letter that the captain left with us last council meeting had a graphic of the GCA approach pattern for both left and right runways, and it's pretty much explanatory. It will impact.
That pattern was built in 1961 to avoid the city of Lemoore. We really can't fly any closer to the airfield at the speeds that we're flying. Jets are just getting faster.
So if I could real quick, I get where you're coming from and I understand encroachment. I too was stationed at Lemoore. I've been down to El Toro working down there with the Marines on different hydraulic parts. That was actually encroachment. And there's stuff right over top. But, for over a decade, the city's been working on bringing houses to this area. And we had an agreement or a deal that we would not grow past the college. We have a resolution that at the end of Bush Street, we will not extend west past that. This housing development is in the J-Luce in one of the green zones, which it says it is compatible. And you're currently flying over houses that were built many decades ago that are right in line with this path. So, I feel like the city has kept up our end of the agreement. We're still 6 miles away. That is far from encroachment. And we don't control any of that land to the west of us. The county would have to buy off. A lot of people would have to buy off on this city moving anything further west. You've got a great anti-encroachment area of 6 miles right now. We can't stop, and it's not fair to stop and unwind all the work we've done because of the jet noise. I'm sorry. We spent a lot of time, effort, money making this happen. And then we do actually get something out and going because we're so adamant about building houses out there and delivering to a promise that was made to this community and the college a decade ago. And now we get slammed because we move too fast. Well, damn, we can't do anything right. We move too fast, we're in trouble. We move too slow, we're in trouble. It's kind of frustrating to be here and in 3 years been telling staff, we've got to build houses, economic development, we need rooftops. And then we have a great plan. We have a great builder that wants to come in and invest in our city. And we're sitting here doing this. I'm sorry you only had 72 hours to read the pamphlet, but this has been decades in the making. And, hey, we had 2 hours to read the letter that was submitted this afternoon. So, I'm frustrated. I get where you're coming from, but West Hills College is not going to kill NAS Lemoore. It just isn't. It's not. Thank you.
So if I'm allowed to respond. So there's 3 points that the city manager brought up. So the first point was the 2011 joint land use study. And again, I commend the city for partnering up with us to complete that documentation. And as I said before, the most important part of that joint land use study was the recommendation to the city of Lemoore which indicated that we should partner up with the Navy and the city of Lemoore to look specifically at the west side, to look specifically at the GCA box, and to together develop recommendations that's going to allow the Navy to remain encroachment-free and the city to grow. And unfortunately, your predecessors did not adopt that resolution. The city manager also indicates that it's been over 9 years. The Navy has asked several times, let's consider this planning study. Let's look at it. One of your previous city managers was approached, and she kind of bought off on the idea, but again, when she left, that left with her. And so again, it's unfair for the city manager to say that the Navy hasn't done anything. We've consistently reached out to you and asked, let's finish this joint land use study. And then the last comment was that the city is moving too fast. Yes, because something that has the magnitude to have a negative impact, not only on the base, but at Lemoore, we need to be methodical about it. In the past, these types of situations, the city has slowed down. The city has opened it up for public comment. The city has had planning studies. And so last session, it was discovered that the permits were filed in March, and then now here we are for the second reading. That's lightning fast. So yes, we do say that it was a very fast process. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. City manager, city attorney, members of the council, Mr. Mayor, thank you for this opportunity for me to speak. And I applaud you for your patience and rock solid, steady ability to listen to everyone.
What was your name, sir?
Oh, I'm sorry. My name is Pat Ricuti. I am the president of our farm family in the Fresno, Clovis, and Madera, Raisin City area. We farm almonds and olives. We make olive oil. You might have heard of Enzo olive oil. And we're a long time farm family. My grandfather came over in 1914, and I am third generation. My son, he's 37, and his fourth generation, and he's got number 5 already 2 years old. So we're on the way, and we're not only have our heart in farming, but we've also had to change into a development. And some of our properties have been in the Fresno and Clovis areas where there's been development. I grew up under the flight plan or flight area of the Fresno Air Terminal, Hammer Field, California Air National Guard. I'm very familiar with those sounds. In fact, I was very happy and to know that they were protecting our country, and that's how I was raised. To tell you, why I'm here, I am the property owner and have invested here now a number of years. It was back in before 2007 when I bought my first property here, and had the patience to know that there was an opportunity, a good opportunity to help the city grow, and that was in cooperation with Lennar. I've visited with, met with the West Hills College people, have a great admiration for education. I was on the Clovis Unified School Board for 12 years, so children, and I was on the Valley Children's Hospital Board for 20. So I have invested my life in taking care of kids, helping develop communities, and making an investment that was going to help the whole community. So we have deep respect for the Navy, the military, salute you always. And the only thing that I would want them to understand is that they have to look at where the boundary was set. that where you said earlier, west of West Hills is the definitive line in the alkali soil. And it would not go any further. But I believe that we all believe that east of the college, it needs the development for the professors, for the students, for the community. And others are going to be very, very welcome to tax dollars to help you with your budget and help you with your cash flow to develop more of the rest of the city. I have one little minor argument about the Navy saying that their jets need all this space to land an aircraft. Well, ask Tom Cruise what he landed on an aircraft carrier. And these planes land on carriers. So, I mean, this 200-foot thing, I mean, I've flown, I have a question. There are ceilings of what they have to maintain. At that one point about breaking the sound barrier, that's against the law. Every law, military law, you cannot break the sound barrier over a city, a town. And you have certain limitations. So like I said, I support them all together. And there's, as we know through the Top Gun movie, there are some bad pilots too that, exceed their limitations. But we're not here for that. We're here to look for the future of the city of Lemoore and how it can grow to that limit to where you have set with an agreement. It's not been just an overnight thing. It's been over 12 years that we've owned the property there and had a vision and the patience to know when the time was right. The time is right now. And everyone has been embracing it with open arms because it's going to really help this community in so many ways. If you have any other questions, be happy to answer them. But really, my heart is become a real part of this community. I mean, I've driven over, I've come over to visit the property. I've driven through town, up and down different streets, and have had great pleasure in seeing how well kept things are. It's sad to have heard some of the comments that were made earlier about the administration and the way things are done. Hey, that's every city, every board, every council has heard those same things. We welcome those kinds of comments. It helps us to be aware of certain things we may not be aware of. But I think you're doing an outstanding job overall, the whole city, from what I've seen and I can compare it to. And I can compare it to a lot of really good cities. I mean, and my most favorite is Clovis. I grew up there, was a Cougar, was a Fresno State wrestler, and I'm alumni. So, Mr. Mayor, Lorenzo was a great man, is a great man. And we thank him for all that he did for Fresno State. And so, again, anything that I could do to answer your questions or to alleviate any concerns about the development. And like you said, 6 miles away is the Naval Air Station. And it's a great thing. And thank you, Mr. Olson, for those good words that you said. Any questions or comments?
No, sir.
Thank you so very much. And you couldn't have picked a better builder to accept than Lennar. I've worked with them time and time again, and I am a thorn in their side to make sure they do things right. So we'll make sure as our family that they'll do it right.
Good afternoon, council members. My name is Matt Bukowski. I'm an attorney for Lennar Development. And I want to just point out that this is an item on the agenda on the consent calendar. It's a second reading. And a lot of the points that have been raised by Commander Fisher and some of the others have previously been raised and addressed by this council in the past. And the council unanimously passed Resolution 2020-05 after it considered these things, pursuant to which the council unanimously approved a general plan amendment, zoning map amendment, PUD, tentative map. And so I'm not going to address all of the issues that Commander Fisher and others have raised, but we do need to look at this issue of what's been called compatible use or development. And as Mr. Olson pointed out, the general plan was approved in 2008. It's been over a decade, about 12 years since this has been in the planning and moving in this direction. And so this is not anything new. This is something that's been coming a long time and has been deemed compatible use. The other thing I think is important is what the chancellor for Lemoore West Hills College wrote, and I think this is really important to note. I think he hit the nail right on the head. He said, recall, our vision is to grow Lemoore College, and that's in alignment with the master plan for the city. This project that Lennar is developing, in our view, represents essential community development with much needed development of infrastructure west of 41, and it will help us in our continuing efforts to provide access to higher education in the city and surrounding communities. And so this is part of Lemoore's vision to strategically plan with Lemoore College and those schools to continue higher education in the city. And I agree with what Mr. Rakuti and Mr. Olson mentioned earlier. Lennar's a great developer. Let them come in. They'll develop a quality product and help stimulate the economy. So those are my comments, and I thank you for hearing me tonight.
Thank you.
She has comments. She needs to read into the record.
Okay, go ahead. Melissa?
Yeah.
Go ahead, Judy.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and council members. Just to touch on a few points, there's been some things talked about this evening, but I want to talk about what happened back in 2008 when we were working on the general plan amendment. And the West Hills College was already there. I believe it was built started in 2000, and then I think the first classes were in January of 2003. I could be mistaken. But the area out there on the west side was already in our city limits. When they did the general plan and it was approved in 2008, the Navy was part of the sessions, and then they did come forward towards the end to say that this might not be compatible. But at the time, City Council wanted to come forward and really support West Hills College because West Hills College was already there. So at that time, then they did the JLUs. That was in 2011. And at that time, council was asked to support the 21 items in the JLUs that were specific to Lemoore. Council adopted a resolution adopting most of those items, but not all of them. There were 5 of the items that council said, no, we need to support West Hills College. We need the development on the west side to support that area out there. And so they did adopt the resolution, and it is resolution, apologize, it's here, 2011-39. One of the 5 items that was not approved was the item number 20, which was for the small study compatibility study. They felt that in 2008, when they reviewed the general plan, they went through all the studies of the area on the west side. They already had decided on the land use that was going to be compatible on the west side. Housing, regional commercial, offices, apartments, all of those items were all looked at and decided that those would be compatible. Not necessarily with the Navy, but compatible uses with West Hills College. In the JLUs study, it says that west side area is basically, uses are basically compatible. Okay, now I'm not sure if that means housing as well, but mostly compatible. So after the 2011, the JLUs study, council was approached to abandon Bush Street west of Marsh Drive. Marsh Drive is on the west side of West Hills College. It is about a mile within our city limits, maybe not quite a mile, but we did. Council adopted a resolution saying we're not going to develop past Marsh Drive, which is on this side of 21st Avenue, but it kind of curves around to 21st Avenue. The 3-mile green belt is actually at 22nd Avenue. So it's a mile it's a mile close, farther away from Naval Air Station from the Greenbelt. So the Greenbelt is 3 miles, so we're now at 4 miles at 21st Avenue. So we're not going to build past there. We've abandoned Bush Street at that location. So it's not in our general plan anymore to build past Marsh Avenue, Marsh Drive. The planning grant that they talk about for the small study, it's just that, it's a planning grant. So there's monies available, but it's not gonna get us anywhere. It's not gonna get us anything. It's to plan for compatible uses. So not money to build anything or to get additional buildings out there or anything else. See, I have some notes here, different things. The mitigated neg deck was sent out 60 days prior to your, it was 30 days prior to the Planning Commission meeting, which was May 11th. So they've had that. That's the 900-page document that they talked about that they got and 72 hours. No, that one, it's required by law to get it out 30 days prior to your first meeting, and it was. And we did, as part of the items that were in the JLU study, part of those 21 items I mentioned, we did amend the zoning ordinance to have a noise ordinance. That noise ordinance requires developers to build their homes or structures down to a 45 decibel interior noise level. So inside their homes out there, it should be fairly quiet. Now, if people are outside barbecuing, whatever, holding a conversation, it's going to be noisy, like we heard tonight. But inside their homes, they should be protected from most of the noise. There was also the overlay zone that also touches on the height limits that can be out on the west side. And let's see. And that there's disclosure within any of the homes being sold. They have to disclose that it's under the flight path. Anyway, I just wanted to touch on those items that we did do as a city, adopted several different resolutions. We have information in our zoning code that we did comply with most of what was in the JLU study. We have worked a long time with Lemoore to get to this point. The applications were submitted at the beginning of March, so it was a quick turnaround, but that's not when we first started working with them. We've been working with them for at least a year, and in fact, they were here, I want to say back in 2006 or 7, when they first started talking about this project with the city, but then the whole housing crisis and the economy took a turn. And so then when the timing was right, they came back to the city, like I said, about a year ago. And I can answer any questions. I can try to answer any questions that you have. But I just wanted to come up and let you know that we have worked through several of the details. It is a good project. It would be nice to have housing out by West Hills College in support of that. Thank you.
Mayor, Marissa has comments she needs to read into the record.
Good evening. So I received a letter from Kristen Clark, president at West Hills, and it reads, "Hello, Lemoore City Council. Unfortunately, I am unable to attend the City Council meeting this evening, but I would like to reiterate West Hills Community College District's support for planned housing developments such as the one on your agenda this evening. Item 3-4, second readings, ordinance 2020-05 approving zoning map amendment number 2020-02 and ordinance number 2020-06 approving planned unit development number 2020-01. We ask that the city stick with its 2030 general plan, which specifically designates residential housing around the college. Developing west of the 41 will establish a more noticeable footprint from both the 41 and 198, giving more prominence to the city of Lemoore, and it will increase local tax revenues. If you have any questions, please do not hesitate to contact me. Thank you for your consideration, Kristen Clark. Thank you.
Go ahead.
I've been watching the town hall online. My name is Cynthia Stack. I'm resident 815 Arlington Avenue.
Thank you.
I am a civilian air traffic controller at Naval Air Station Lemoore. So I wanted to come here so I could provide you some information in reference to the GCA box pattern. So if I may continue, it's fine.
Please.
Okay, so we've talked about the GCA box. We have a left-hand pattern and a right-hand pattern for 3-2 left and 3-2 right. Predominantly, we use runway 3-2 right, which is a right-hand pattern, east traffic, at 1,800 feet. The box, you asked how wide. Well, our extended center line goes out 12 miles. We're required when there's bad weather to intercept at 11 miles on final. We have to be east 3 to 5 miles of beam, that extended center line, which puts them right down the city of Lemoore at 1,800 feet. So we talked about mileage. So separation between aircraft is either 1,000 feet or 3 miles, 4 miles, or 5 miles, depending on the number in flight. So it depends on how many are in the flight, whether it's a single or a flight that we have to separate. So if you're on final, to the east of that, we have to be 3 to 5 miles at 1,800 feet. Now, as we get busier during the wintertime, our traffic load increases because as we've spoke about, to be able to see the runway, you have to put them on final. They're talking to what's called a precision approach radar. They're talking to a controller that talks them down. You go 300 feet per mile, and they're in a dirty configuration. So their landing gear is down, and they're louder as they're coming down, and they're slower. EXO can tell you they're probably about 120 knots on final. So when we have low cloud wet layers, that's where you're going to be the loudest. 120 knots on final, low cloud layers, gear down, and we're that way in the pattern as well. And the reason being is this. You asked the question, how many per hour? So I can tell you this. Last winter, it was not uncommon for us to launch 40 planes, and every plane that came back, they came in flights, and I had to separate them all. Flights of 3, flights of 4, and I control the breakups, turning everybody downwind, descending, and slowing them down to keep them 3 miles apart in this box pattern and on final. And they have to get practice, so they have to keep doing touch and goes and come around. That's where you're going to have increased level of noise, especially during the wintertime. Now, we talked about extended field hours, as the EXO said. So we're now open Saturday and Sunday. I've been here since 2007. I did 20 years in the Navy as controller, of which 5 of that was here from 92 to 97. And I can tell you the volume of traffic and the type of aircraft have increased significantly since I was here in the Navy from 92 to 97. I've been a DoD controller since 2007 here. So we have the F-35 here now, right? Awesome plane, but it's louder. My understanding is that the noise level when they did the study was for an F-35A. We have the F-35 Charlie, if I'm not correct. So that decibel is actually much higher than an F-35A, and that study has not been completed yet. Okay, so now when we talk about the volume of aircraft, we'll recover 40 planes an hour. So that takes us about an hour and a half to get all these planes on deck, and then they're continuing doing touch and goes. I've got to keep 3 miles to 5 miles between those aircraft in and downwind. So I can't even guarantee that they're going to be 3 to 5 miles wide. They may be even wider. They may be coming from east to west over the top or from the west to east over the city of Lemoore. And I'm breaking up a flight of 4, turning them down and descending to 1,800 feet. And what I haven't heard talked about here is safety. That's the first thing I haven't heard talked about. Nobody's mentioned this. So the most critical phase of flight is taking off, but particularly landing. Right? So if an aircraft is on final, that is the most critical phase of flight. That pilot is counting on the air traffic controller that's guiding them in, most critical phase. And if something's going to happen, it's probably going to be on the most critical phase of flight. Now, I know some years back, if you guys recall, unfortunately, we had an airplane go down west of the airport during an air demonstration. Worst possible thing.
Was that the one that was right out there by the 198 by the?
No, that was actually even more recent, south of the 198, the aircraft. I think the pilot ejected and he was fine. But the 2 pilots that went down west of 32 left, it was all farmland. We're very fortunate that that aircraft did not go down into any housing. And we talk about encroachment. Well, I've been stationed at 5 different places, and I was up at Whidbey Island, controller there for 5 years. All kinds of islands. And you talk about noise complaints and all the islands and us trying to them trying to do studies to change the plans to move GSA boxes that they could not do. And they're probably going to run Whidbey off the map now because of the noise complaints that occurred. And I live down in Coopville up at Whidbey, where the aircraft flew right down center line of my street. And although I'm an air traffic controller and I love the sound of freedom too, I particularly don't care for it at night. I had 3 kids, them coming down final. You build houses, and I understand trying to build a community and homes and so forth. I get it. I'm a property owner here. I owned a home in Hanford for 10 years. I built a house here 5 years ago. And when I'm controlling, I think of that. And I think, shoot, I don't want them to go over the city of Lemoore because I don't want to wake everybody up. We have a conscience too, but we have a job to do. And my number one priority as a civilian air traffic control DOD is to support the mission. So I have to ensure that I support that mission by keeping planes safe, separating planes and making sure that they get their training too. So I'm kind of a dual, here as a citizen, but also as an air traffic controller. And I think safety really needs to be looked at. We have a MOA Act, a special use airspace, that took over 20 years to establish. That's over the top of Lemoore, and it goes, from the base 30 miles south, 25 miles north, east, and west. And we have aircraft that train up there, right? And so they had to do over 20 years working with civilian population all over in studies before that could be developed. I'm sure it was probably more than 20 years, because when I was here in 1997, they had tried for 10 years prior to that. So I listened to the last city council meeting as well. And I wasn't aware that Lennar was going to build west of the college. I'm not in that particular part of it as far as, my job is concerned.
No, it's not west of the college.
Go ahead.
It's east of the college.
I'm sorry, east. Let's
Okay.
say east of the college. Was not aware of that. And I just want you guys to really take a long look at, and I get it. I watched the last city council, and I understand that they have these grants and they're going to start 1 July. But don't you think that it's in the city's best interest? Me, I know definitely as a property owner, and you, and for the military, to sit down and sit down and look at what impact this is going to have. And I know everybody keeps saying, well, we've had 9 years. But, I listened to the XO, and he talked about all these things that's happened in 9 years. A lot of building going up on the base, a lot of money put into this, into the city of Lemoore. So don't you think that it's worth the city council's time and us civilian population to sit down with the military and figure out, is this the right strategy? Why can't we do that? What's wrong with, why can't we have a meeting next week and sit down and look at it? Is that going to delay if the answer is still no for them building 1 July? What's wrong with that? Why can't we do that? So if you have any questions for me in reference to air traffic control, I'll be more than happy to answer those. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. Anyone else?
I'm not sure how to follow the air traffic controller, just for the record. I didn't plan on speaking on this topic tonight, but in a little bit, we're going to talk about a sales tax item. And some of the conversations I've been having lately is, what has the city done to bring more retail to the city? And we know one of the big answers is population growth, right? We can't draw big retail because we don't have the population numbers. Well, we have the opportunity to make a mark on that, to bring more population growth to the city. This is important. Roofs are important. That's what draws retail to the city. Sorry, Mark Pescator, Lemoore Police Officers Association. I also find it a little ironic that they're talking about jet noise, but had no problem flying a plane consistently over City Council Hall tonight, 3 or 4 times, just from what I can see from outside. So I understand it's a tough decision. Nobody appreciates the military like anyone in this town, myself included, but we need rooftops, we need houses, we need population growth to support the city. That's the number one thing I keep hearing. What is the city doing to bring more retail to the city? Well, population is what brings retail to the city. So thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else?
So,
It's not a public hearing.
It's not a public hearing. The public hearing was closed after the first,
Just
or
closed.
right before the first reading. It was open and closed at the last meeting.
Okay.
It's just public comment.
So Nathan, what would be the impact if we were to hold off, table this for a little bit and kind of, you know, I don't want to say look further, but I would like to meet with Captain Peterson or XO Fisher or somebody who can fill me in. I hate to make a decision when I don't feel I'm informed enough to make a valid decision. I agree with Officer Pescatori in that population brings business. And I would love to see business come in. My father was a naval aviator way back when, probably had 69, 70, because I was born in 71-ish.
Propellers.
Yeah, A7. But what would be the impact if we were to table this until, let's say, the next city council meeting, so that we could become a little bit more informed?
I can be frank, correct?
I'm sorry?
I can be frank?
Absolutely.
Okay. Not Frank Rivera, but me. You know what? We're going to look like we don't know what we're doing. We have plans in place. We followed the rules. We hit our deadlines. We submitted the CEQA documents. We held public hearings. So this is really not about Lennar building houses. This is about, is Lemoore going to completely abandon the west side and not allow any homes to go in? Because anytime we bring homes, that's when the military comes out. It's always about the houses. So it's not about this one thing. This will be forever ongoing. So it's time we decide as a city, are we going to build the west side and support the community college out there, as has been the plan since you know, the general plan's been put in place, and that's kind of our marching orders. So, you know, there's no resolution here. The resolution they want to see is don't build any houses, and we want to build houses. Now, I'm all for getting up and maybe we can relook at some long-term and see what's going on down the road, but we've got hundreds of hours. The builder has hundreds of hours. Attorneys, I mean, it's not easy to get something to this point in the development phase. And we start flipping now, and nobody's going to want to come to Lemoore and want to build houses and sit down and have conversations because of this right here. This is not good for the city. Honestly, it's not.
But I was just saying, what was the impact? I'm not saying it's going to change my opinion.
And sorry, there's a new law that takes effect July 1st too on the traffic studies. If you're not approved, the traffic studies need to be redone, and that would delay things for a long, long time. And the new traffic studies make it almost impossible to build to meet the new criteria put out by the state. So it would matter.
No, you already closed
No,
public
we
comment.
closed public comment.
So let me go ahead and admit that John Murray, the mayor at the time, and I, the mayor pro tem, was on the J. Lou study. And John Murray was a pilot in the Navy. And I'm not a naval aviator, but have a great respect for people that get in the seat and make he was a SPAD pilot, so yeah, probably doesn't relate to anything current, but he would always make arguments on the Navy side, and I would always try to play the devil's advocate. And that's why we came up with some differences of opinion on what we'd accept as far as we'd agree to. J. Lou studies and item 20 dealt with building, and we agreed to all but 5 of them, I believe. So I don't think we should address this consent calendar item just based on the Navy's wants or desires. I think we ought to look at the whole project. Is it in the best interest of the city of Lemoore to have that style home, that density, that location, underneath, 1,800 feet below aircraft and 7.3 miles away from the runway. So my point would be there's been a lot of planning involved in the project, and listening to the conversations tonight, I was kind of swayed both ways. And as obvious asking for a delay for reconsideration, I think that's been delayed long enough. I think we either have to approve the project or disapprove the project. It's going to take 3 votes.
Well, I'm not disagreeing with you, Mayor Pro Tem, but we've had special, called special meetings for other things. If this needs to be, yes, ma'am.
So you cannot by law do a second reading of an ordinance at a special meeting. It needs to be at a regular meeting.
Okay. Well,
My thought is the project as a whole in the best the best interest of the citizens of Lemoore that we're representing, and so that's why we're here. We're trying to make a decision on 25,000 other people.
Touché.
And it would an average citizen want building over there or not? And would those homes be the ones that they would desire? I don't know. But the particular project shouldn't be based on whether the Navy is happy with it or not, or, whatever. It should be the whole project that we're looking at, and not just a traffic study. Which I don't particularly like roundabouts, by the way. But that's what we should look at is it in the best interest of the city of Lemoore to approve it or not approve it?
So when you say that, it takes me to budget. Because are these homes going to help our budget?
Well, one of the comments was a lot of the retailers that want to move into town look at demographics. How many people live in the town? How many people of a certain age group? Dutch Brothers is building over there on Old Pioneer Square. They look at demographics before they decide to build. Is there a population target in their community? And I believe that possibly, you might get a range of people that live in that particular area, 300 homes. So you're going to have a range of people. So that's the decision that each of us individually have to make.
Yeah, and there's a lot of things that go with it, safety and the budget's coming into this, and
if I may, I want to say the young lady who got up here, I think she was one of the last ones to get up here. She said the number one thing you look at, and that really struck me 2 or 3 times, is safety. Safety. I would hate to get a phone call or F-18 or any type of jet comes in and wipes out all the housing, because it's going to take a whole block out, the movement, how it's going. And I look at that, and right now we're in a tough era, 2020 and coronavirus and all the above, and we're trying to get money and we're in the deficit right now. I understand all that. But when the Navy's been here since 1961, I think they know what they're talking about more than civilians do when it comes to the aircraft. And we got to take that in consideration as well. And no offense, I like the way you threw out my brother's name, and I love wrestling too. And but when it comes to the safety of my community, I'm going to stand with the Navy on what they know about the aircrafts better than what we know about the aircrafts. And so that's where I'm at on that. So you guys can go along and do it the way you want to do it. I just stand for safety, and that's where I'm at.
Just for the record, I think the Navy has safe aircraft. Very safe aircraft, and people that are maintaining them think about it, because they don't want their pilots to go away and not come back. And so The pilots won't accept an airplane if it's not ready to fly. So if something happens over Lemoore, it won't be because of an unsafe aircraft. It'll be fate.
Planes go down all the time. We don't understand why, but they do. So we're not going to be bewildered by it. You're saying safety. Yeah, safety is one thing, but things happen unexplained, unexpectedly. So I understand where you're going with that, Mr. Clute, and I thank you for that.
But it doesn't necessarily have to be on the west side of 41. It could be right over the city of Lemoore.
Absolutely, absolutely right. We can debate about this all day, but I think it's a lot of us want to get to the point, however you want to vote. I understand how I'm going to vote, but I'm going to stand for what I believe in. And I know this Navy been here since 1961, and they didn't just take care of Kings County. They took care of Tulare County, took care of Fresno County. And I don't burn the bridge that brought me over. So I'm not just doing it to say or get brownie points. I'm saying it because I'm thinking about safety.
I guess I won't mark you down as undecided then.
Absolutely.
So we need 3 votes to pass this staff report. If the mayor would offer a motion. Offer us an opportunity to make a motion.
Can I get a motion? See, there's no motion. Does it die?
Staff report fails, I guess.
Staff report fails. All right.
New business?
Trying to get it. See, no public comment. We're going to new businesses. 5-1, report and recommendation of potential sale tax. Measure Olson?
So at last council meeting, we asked for direction, we're given direction to come back with options for a sales tax initiative to go to the voters this November. So I'll turn it over to the city attorney, Mary Lerner, and we'll talk about some of the language we have developed.
Right. So at the last meeting, council directed that we bring back some various language for both a general and a special regarding a 1% proposed sales tax to be placed on the ballot for voters to decide. And so in addition to that, I also have an analysis of the last 5 years regarding the difference between a special and a general and what has passed statewide when it comes to a sales tax. So I'll start with that first. In 2020, between the months of this year, March and May, there have been 47 sales tax measures. 25 had passed that were general. 22 were general. 3 of those were special that passed. So we're looking at just over 50% over the course of the last 3 months. With respect to 2019, there were 11 sales tax measures statewide. 10 passed. They were all general. There were no specials that passed during that time. And in fact, during that year, there weren't even any specials on the ballots with respect to sales tax measures. In 2018, there were a total of 83 measures, sales tax measures statewide. 71 of those passed. There were 7 special measures that passed, but all of those had sunsets on them. And by sunsets, we mean there was a certain time period that the sales tax was in place, and then it would expire. And at that point, upon expiration, it could go back to the voters to extend it, or you just let it expire by its own terms. In 2017, there were 21 measures, 14 passed total, 3 specials of that passed. So there were 11 generals, 3 specials during that time. 5 specials did not pass during that time. And then the last year, 2016, with respect to tax measures, remember this was a presidential election year, there were actually 100 sales tax measures statewide on the ballot. 35 of those were special measures that were on the ballot. 69 of those passed, 16 of the specials passed, and then again, the majority of them had sunsets on them. And so that's a summary of the last 5 election years, and we're talking the whole year, so it's not necessarily, it could have been in June, could have been in, like this last year was March through May. Probably some special elections to have an election in April and May of this year. So it's important to note that with a special tax, you are designating the funds for a special purpose. So like police, fire, public safety. There have been some in the past that have been focused on transportation, just statewide, just some examples. Libraries is another example. So those measures would require 2/3 vote to pass. If it's a general measure, meaning you could put language out there that it's a 1% sales tax for things that are affected by the general budget. So you could say, for example, police, fire, 911 dispatch calls, response times, parks, recreation, the other items that are covered. Planning, I believe, is also covered under your general fund. So those only require a 50+1 in order to pass. So that's just some background on what's gone on in California, the difference between a general and a special. And with that, I do have language for both, if council would like to hear the various options of language for both at this time.
No.
No?
I would like to know if there's any language for sunset. You know, is it required to have a sunset period or?
No, it's not required to have a sunset period, and you can have a sunset with a general or a special, and it just becomes part of your ballot language. So this will, sunset or expire within 7 years from the date of adoption. I do want to point out too that with specials, you can have oversight committees. So like City of Sanger has an oversight committee for their Measure S. City of Chowchilla has an oversight committee for their Measure N. And those were both special measures. With respect to a general measure, you as a council are oversight because you are the ones that consider and adopt the budget, right? And those are all general budget items. So that's the difference between the two. You can have a sunset, you don't need a sunset.
But there's no specific it could be unending or it could be
Right.
5
So,
years, 7 years.
right. And so what I found in the 5 years that I looked at is that the sunsets ranged from 5 years to 30 years. There was one special sales tax measure where there was no sunset on it. Otherwise, the sales tax measures I looked at all had a sunset ranging from 5 to 30 years.
At our last meeting, I said that I was swaying towards approval of a general with a 7-year sunset. And that's because I think voters would like to know that there's an opportunity for them to help out the city for a particular period of time and get us through this crisis. Now, some of the crisis, as was mentioned earlier in the public comment period, some of the stuff is, was beyond our control, like COVID-19.
Right.
We have no idea what our budget, we have an proposed budget that we'll talk about in the future, but we don't know what our income is. And we don't know, and we won't know until we get it. So to keep from becoming insolvent and not being able to pay our bills, it's best that we come up with options to come up with revenue. Business people are not going to be happy with that because they rely on drawing people in and offering them the best opportunity to get their services at the lowest possible cost. And I understand that, but our city services rely on a general fund to keep the grass cut, keep the, there's so many uses that general fund covers, and over half of it is public safety. Police and fire, although the fire, I don't know if we could even afford having a city of Lemoore if we had a paid fire department. So thank you for your service, all the volunteers, all the firemen. So I think what we need to do is decide, is it in the best interest of Lemoore to offer the citizens an opportunity to help their city by voting on a sales, a general tax to help us get out of this turmoil, this bucket that we found ourselves in. And tonight, we're not talking about approving a sales tax. We're talking about giving the citizens an opportunity to approve a sales tax.
Yeah.
And so that's all I have to say about that.
So if I could also add a little bit of comment about the procedure that would occur. So if you were to direct that we bring back a resolution with sales tax language, whether you're going to select general or special, you would need to likely decide tonight because your time limit is, the deadline is fast approaching. So what occurs is a resolution along with a sales tax ordinance would be brought for introduction and first reading. That ordinance would not take effect, even upon a second reading, would not take effect unless and until the voters approved it. And so that's one of the caveats. Just because an ordinance is before you for a first and second reading doesn't mean that it goes into effect 30 days following that second reading. You absolutely have to wait until the voters have spoken.
Which hopefully will be in November.
That's correct. So the timeline that we're considering right now, you as a council and as a city, would be for the November election. Now, the elections code is very clear. There are certain deadlines that have to be met. You also have a county elections clerk that would like to review these documents as well. And it actually procedurally makes sense because if there's something a county elections clerk may require in a resolution, it gives you time to actually add that procedurally. And it's a common courtesy in all counties that you work with your county elections clerk. So, you have your county elections clerk here in Kings County, you have Brandy Orth in Fresno County, who they actually appreciate that communication. So timing wise, you're on a short time to decide this. If you don't do it this year, we could look at a special election later. The rules could change. So I just wanted to let you know procedural, what it is you'd be doing over the next few weeks if you do move forward.
So once again, we have to decide whether it's in the best interest of the city of Lemoore as a whole to go for a general or a special sales tax and whether or not it should sunset. So I'm open.
Yeah, well, we were talking about safety. I mean, you could call it a general and you could call it a 1% for public safety. Yes?
So you could call it a general and a 1%, and you could include public safety on it. But there's a risk just including just for public safety because then it looks like a special tax, right? So you would need to say for things like police, fire, planning, and the order that you put that could be important as well. So many of the measures I looked at actually addressed police and fire at the forefront, and then went on to say for things like maybe your unfunded liability with CalPERS, which will likely increase significantly as we heard in the budget presentation. So we can work with that language to where there is a reference to police, there is a reference to fire and the importance of it.
I like it.
I just suggest we want to open public comment. it time for public?
You can, as long, if council has no more comments, the mayor can open it to the public.
Okay. I'm opening to public comment.
Quick comment real quick, because I gotta go, but my name is Melvin Roman again. It seems to me like everybody's here basically for the same thing. Our city was in a much better shape 3 years ago. And a lot of the financial decisions in our city have been made, and everybody here agree with me, with a personal interest by certain individuals. And our city was in a much better shape with our prior management before where we're at now. So if you have to increase our rate for 1%, I'm all up for it. Okay, fine, we'll pay the 1% more, but our city management has to change. The decisions have to change. We have to make better decisions, because the decisions that we've made in the last 2 years is what put us to where we're at today. That's my comment.
Thank you. Sheila.
Sheila Taylor, 885 Cypress Lane. Today was the first time that I've come to a city council meeting in a long time. And from the study session on, it's all been about transparency. I've heard a lot of comments from the public that they didn't know this, they didn't know that. There was a comment on somebody else's site about the recreation department that there was only one person left. That opened a big old can of worms today, because then my phone rang off the hook. So please just let the citizens have a voice. If we're going to do a general sales tax, let them have a chance to speak, make sure they know about it. You're saying you have to list it in a certain order. Please let them have a say in that order, because otherwise we're going to get the same complaints that I didn't know this, I didn't know that. And I owe it to the people that walk into the recreation center to be transparent. And I felt awkward when my boss and my coworkers were let go, that no one in the community seemed to know about it. So please, let's try to be as transparent as possible.
Thank you.
And just for clarification for council, you don't have to put it in a certain order. That's just the way certain
I
measures.
misunderstood you because you were listing orders.
That's
so,
okay.
So please let the community have a chance to say what the general sales tax increase should be used for. And I think that everybody will feel more involved. I'm all for the police department, but I'm also all for the children in my community. So just let's have as much transparency as possible.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Could I ask a question of the attorney?
Yes.
Yes.
Is the wording of the ballot measure going to be on the resolution?
It will be.
So we will discuss that at a future meeting?
Right, we can even bring back sample wording at the special budget meeting next week if you would like. So yeah, the wording, it has to be listed specifically in your resolution, and then you have the ordinance attached to that resolution. Also, your ballot language can't exceed 75 words.
Okay,
So we have to be very
the public-
specific with it.
The public will have an opportunity. These are all open meetings. When we discuss the resolution, we'll be discussing the words. And so
Absolutely, those will be part of the resolution.
Anyone else from public?
Good evening. I don't want to go through the whole. Kristen Curcio, Birch Avenue. I'm 100% supporting this. But what I think the problem that I have is the comment that you had made that we citizens want the cheapest kind of purchases in our city. That is not the case. We're willing to pay a lot for quality. We're willing to buy local. But what I'm not willing is to sit here and be embarrassed. It's like you said, you feel that the city's being embarrassed. Do you know how hard it is to be sitting right there to see our city council? What I felt, you took advantage of the native. I think the word I want to use is you don't. Oh, what is the word? What is the word? Somebody help me.
Charades.
No. Oh, booger snot. Oh, well, it'll have to come out. But the problem is that you sit here and you're frustrated about it. You've got smart people that are trying to help you. Why weren't those smart people at the table before it got to this point? And that's the problem that I have. When I say smart people, I'm not trying to be disrespectful. I read body language, sir. I'm sorry, but being so disrespectful when the XO is standing there, to lay back in the chair, it just doesn't seem like you have the attention to the detail that a lot of military people do. We pay attention to the smallest details. And that's what I think is being missed here. We're rushing. We need those housetops. Without a doubt, we need the rooftops, we need the income, we need it all. But we need to make smart decisions.
Thank you. I'd like to formally apologize for being a slouch, but that's the way I sit. If you come here 2 weeks from now, I'll be slouching again. And it has nothing to do with being
Anybody
disrespectful
else
to
from
the
the public?
military.
My name is Rosalind Wong, 1461 Bay Street. I'm not only one of the partners of Bird Street Brewing here in Lemoore, I'm also a certified public accountant. So when the city announced a 1% increase in sales tax, which you're projecting a 1.8 million in extra revenues, I wanted to understand why the city needed these extra revenues and why isn't there any rainy day cash for unfortunate, unforeseen circumstances such as COVID-19. Rumors have it that you need these funds to support city services, and there's a potential layoff of our police staff, the ones who serve and protect not only the city, but also the citizens. So my questions to you, has the city explored all options and balanced your budget as you come into a new fiscal year without adding this additional funding? What about your rainy day cash? When the city is not temporarily willing, why is the city not temporarily willing to dip into your cash reserves? Is the sales tax increase because of delay of sales tax funds you'll be receiving from the state? Do you realize that with an increase of 1% sales tax, the funding will also cause a delay by the state, meaning you're not going to get the cash immediately either? Do you realize that there's a lot of people already shopping in Hanford? So even with a 1% increase may seem small, why would people choose to stay in Lemoore and shop in Lemoore when we're competing with a city that's only 15 minutes away? How does the 2 new dispensaries impact the sales tax revenue in the future? Have you accounted for that? In regarding to my question to the rainy day cash, as a CPA, I wanted to understand your finances. Although I don't have a true picture of where you stand as of today, June 16th, I do have an understanding of where you stood as your related audited financial statements, June 30th of 2019. So when I look at your balance sheet, I see 5.9 million of cash and investments in your general fund. Not only that, there's an additional unrestricted cash of $20 million in your business type activities that you could potentially borrow to temporarily cover governmental activities. We're talking about total unrestricted cash of over $25 million as of 6/30/19 that could potentially cover this downfall that you're talking about. Has these cash accounts significantly declined since, and have they been considered in your decision in increasing sales tax? In addition, I ask you, how can I trust you to use the additional sales tax funds to be used in supporting city services? You may ask why I don't trust the city, and I'm going to give you several examples based off of your June 30th, 2019 auditor's findings and internal controls. Your bank accounts are not reconciled timely. This was completed all at one time at year end. So please tell me, how can I rely and trust you with an extra 1% if you don't even know where your cash balances stand at any point in time? How do you even know these errors exist? How do you know fraud doesn't exist? How do you detect these issues if you can't even do a simple thing as reconciling your bank accounts once a month? The city also purchased a fire truck when the volunteer fire department was under the city's umbrella, when there was no documented authorization or approval. How can we trust that this money going into the general fund will be used to support city services if there's clear evidence that there's an internal control issue? Also, the city can't complete payroll reports properly due to lack of properly trained employees and lack of proper review by management. So tell me, based off of this information, if you can't manage a set of books and have good financial records at any point in time, how can we trust the information you're providing us that you need a 1% sales tax increase to support city services? How do you know, and how do we know as citizens that the city needs these funds? How do we know these funds won't be spent inappropriately? You talk about budgets. How do you know that those budgets are correct? I looked at your budget for the general fund as of June 30th, 2019. Your final budget projected excess deficiency of $4.5 million. Your actual amount was a deficiency of $1.8 million. There is a $2.6 million difference between what you budgeted and what was actual. And you can tell me today that you're resolving these issues or they have been resolved, but I look back at your prior management reports to see what auditors' comments are. And as of your single audit for 2018, I'm embarrassed that you have such people running your finance department. For example, there was a recording of a debt payment as an expense. As any business owner here, we know that when you pay off debt, that's not an expense. So for something as simple as that, for something as simple as reconciling a bank account, it's not rocket science. So I would like for you guys to not only evaluate yourselves, but also evaluate who you have on hand working. Because clearly, this is an issue. And I encourage the citizens to look at these reports. Don't look at financial statements. Numbers may not mean a thing, but if you look at how management's running your internal controls, there's an issue here. Thank you.
Thank you.
Jeff Garcia, 162 West D Street. Good evening, council members, city manager. I don't envy your dilemma this evening. These are tough decisions. The one previously and this one as well, they're very tough. I just wish that you would listen to the comments, take them to heart, and make the best decision that you can. I personally don't support a sales tax increase at this time for several reasons. Number one, it's bad for small business at a time when we're just trying to recover from COVID-19. It places our Lemoore businesses at a competitive disadvantage to our Hanford-based neighbors. It will negatively impact retail, service, and restaurants by increasing the cost of goods and the cost of doing business in Lemoore. Probably most importantly, though, it will disproportionately burden the poor in our community. Those are the people that are struggling the most to make ends meet. Sales tax will impact them the most. Most of us could probably will do fine, but there are a lot of people in this community that will not. Local sales tax increase results in local governments increasing their reliance on sales tax revenue sources rather than focusing on better finance and budgetary principles. It can also cause governments to make poor land use decisions in an effort to maximize sales tax revenues, like we just saw a few minutes ago. So why are we requesting a general fund tax increase when we're claiming that there's a public safety issue here at hand? We're talking about the Lemoore Police Department, right? The fire department. We all support them. We really need them. We want them to be fully funded. If that's truly your interest, then request a special tax increase that will be earmarked specifically for public safety, fire, and law enforcement. I think you would get more support for something like that. The problem with the general tax fund, even if you list fire, police, recreation department on there, and if it's passed, there's no way to enforce that. Once that is passed and the 1% is in action, all of you up there and the next people that sit in your seats will have full control over that money. Okay, if you list it, it doesn't mean it has to go there. The only way that you can guarantee that is if you have a special tax. Okay, that's very important. From what I know, I personally don't feel that enough has been done to fix the financial problems in this city. And we can't fix the city's financial problems by throwing tax money at it. We need to fix our basic financial principles and money management first. Then I think people will be more open to a tax increase. And the problem was not caused by COVID-19. As a business person, I know that it impacted all of us, but this issue has been going on long before COVID-19. This was just maybe the nail in the coffin, but this problem has existed for a long time. So passing this or requesting a 1% increase in sales tax of either kind is a very short-term solution to a long systemic problem. So I would definitely not support it at this time. Thank you.
Jesus Garcia, 984 East D Street. I'm going to have to follow kind of suit what my primo said in this one. You know, I love our police department. These individuals are awesome. The 3 times that my business got vandalized, I made a phone call and they were there in a heartbeat. I love that about them. So if this sales tax becomes a special sales tax for us to make sure that our police department is fully funded and it's done properly, I'm all for it. I've been in this town for 20 years as a business owner in downtown. Most of you guys know my business. Most of you has been there. You have seen the pride that I take on that place. Did any of you guys met a gentleman by the name of Steve Froberg? You guys know who he is? Okay. When I opened my business, that gentleman was the city manager. Okay. Mr. Also, I want to make a comment. I don't want you to read more into it than what I want to say. Okay. That gentleman, when he was a city manager, when I used to come to work, 7:30, 8 o'clock in the morning, the first thing that I always did was took my broom out, make sure that my place was clean, ready to work. I used to see Steve almost every morning coming down, walking down the street in downtown with his cup of coffee, talking to business owners who were there. If he sees a piece of paper on the floor, he didn't call anybody to come and get it. He'll do it himself, grab a piece of paper, throw it in the trash. You know, we need people like that in this community. Mr. Mayor, you used to come to across our business. I mean, I don't know how many times, man, for years. I mean, just come down and just shoot the crap for a little while, man. It's like, you had a sense that you really care. Please don't take this wrong. I haven't seen you in about 3 years over there. You know? John, I've known you for so long. You know, Scaldi, I mean, we worked together for, so long for the school and stuff like that. Mr. Lyons, haven't mentioned that not long, but as a former fireman of this community, I know what this community is about. One of the things that bugs me the most is when I first opened my business 20 years ago in downtown, Mr. Froberg, when he used to come down, Jesus, how are things going? What's going on? How can I help you? What's one of the first things that I told him that we had issues was in downtown was always being with our parking. Guess what? 21 years later,
same problem.
Same problem. He did something. If you guys remember, way back, the parking in downtown on this street used to be parallel. Well, he did a little bit something. He fixed a little bit. He did it, in an angle. And sometimes when I come to work, the building that is right next to me with the senior citizens, when that first place was being fixed for senior citizens to move in there, what were we told? Don't worry, they're not going to be parking in there. There's not going to be parking from there. You know what? When I come to work, there is 10 parking spots right there in front of my business. And guess what? 10 parking spots are taken by the people who live in that community, in that building. When a friend of mine needs, this is one of some of the things that really hurts. When somebody comes to me and tells me, you know what, Jesus, man, I needed to get something framed. I drove around 3 or 4 times. I couldn't find parking. I just went to Hanford. That hurts, guys. So, again, if this tax is for us to help our police department, I'm 100% with it. But I'll throw you a challenge. If you guys had a chance, go walk in downtown right now. Look at how bad our city looks right now, especially in the corner of D Street and Highland. Just look at all that area right there. What's that? Look at my place and look at all the places around me. I challenge it for you to do that tomorrow, and you'll see what you can find. Thank you.
Salute the Lemoore. Thank you.
Anyone else?
I'm kind of excited. We have a lot of the same comments. Jennifer Solis, 757 Redwood Lane, homeowner. You haven't seen me in a while. I was dealing with some medical issues, so I haven't been here in a couple years. Got the okay from the doctor 2 weeks ago, so I'm back, baby. So if I can read my point, I'm like, good job, you guys. Like, I read the audit reports. I did all that. My background is in the financial industry. You've seen me as the face of Fast Credit Union. I can tell you, I can relate to how you feel when the economy harms you, because the financial industry did that in 2008, and we saw banks close left and right, not only across the nation, but in this town. So this is how I want to start my comment, with that kind of thought process of my background doing that. I don't believe this sales tax decision is an either or. It's not economic vitality against police. There are things outside our control, COVID-19, riots, economic decisions, all of that. But if our answer is we're doing the best we can, but now we're limited, we need to have this alert us to find solutions. Blaming the economy is the obvious choice, but if this were true, all who experience the economy would fail. Some do fail, others adapt and overcome. I was part of a group that adapted and overcame. I encourage you to read the book, The Oz Principle. It gives you those examples. It talks about how to handle this in any crisis, whether you're personally, a business, a city, it walks through the steps. I would also like to see comparative statistics for police and crime. My search, and again, it's online, I searched the city website. I don't know where else to find this, so forgive me. I'm getting back into the game very slowly. But my search showed our crime is up compared to years past and compared to the US average. Officers per 1,000 residents in Lemoore is 1.24, and the California average is 1.99. This is not a new problem. This is an existing problem. I fear raising our sales tax, like others said, encourages people to shop elsewhere. Hanford is 7.25%. Fresno is 7.98. We will be higher than Fresno. I know online sales has lowered income and we are searching for answers, but hey, could the city do social media live videos of what each business offers? Because people are sitting in their homes and they're not necessarily sure what that business offers, because I'm not going to drive around because of parking. I'm not going to go find the business. I might not find them on Facebook, but we have lots of businesses. Where could the city promote them as an option? Have you had a newbie? I was a newbie in the financial industry. I am what I believe I called a member advocate or a customer advocate, kind of like how the city council, you are residents. Have you dove into every department to be more efficient, to see how they're spending their days, the employees' times, to cut costs? I've been there. I did it. Jobs were on the line for me to make that decision. My boss trusted me to make those decisions. We were able to do it. I was able to cut costs. It was shocking to find, because employees that have been there, it is great that they have experience. We have employees that have had a ton of experience and have been here forever. But sometimes what that happens is if you don't partner them with a newbie, things have been always the way that they've done, right? It just is. It's like, this is the way we do things, where a newbie kind of comes in and questions, well, like, but why do you do it that way? And have you ever thought of, and it just gives a different perspective. It's a much deeper perspective than reading an audited financials. It's a deeper perspective than looking at budget numbers of millions of dollars. You don't get the true picture to go, okay, how is time and money really spent down to the nitty gritty? Can COVID-19 provide us a map of areas we can do this? The city survived with less staff and limited options. It sucked. I agree. Walk downtown. I took pictures today. I was going to bring them. And then I thought, everybody lives in Lemoore. Go on a walk tomorrow. Walk with me tonight. The lights are off downtown. They've been off for over a year. The flag has not been lit for over a year. I have called the city multiple times. I've called the city about the fountain being off, and I keep getting told we'll let them know, which I totally understand the city staff. I can hear them. You know, I talked to Ray today and he's like, you don't understand. We're just like slow staffed and low staffed, and we're, you know, trying this and trying that and trying that. And I go, and I hear you, but I have been there. And I can tell you, if you don't come up with new solutions and our answer keeps giving, give us more money, sorry, we're staffed, we're going to fail, guys. We need to come up with different solutions and look at things different ways. Some think answers are found in inhibiting pressures, and an inhibiting pressure would be code enforcement. You hear people kind of, you know, seeing that on Facebook, like we saw the Lemoore Chamber thing. Rule followers, woo woo, respond to this, but we are a small percentage of the population. Most respond to promoting pressures, which is incentives, easier solutions. If you make it easier for me to drive somewhere or park somewhere, we don't have a problem, right? But if you make it hard for me and it's 100 degrees outside, I'm not walking 2 blocks, especially since we tore out a bunch of trees. Not gonna happen, right? Like, we walk where shaded areas are. Sorry, I promised I wouldn't bring up Fox Street. Don't stress. In my head, I'm like, don't talk about it. Can we incent city employees to act like business owners to cut costs? In our business, and I don't know the rules of the city, but in our business, what we did is we told staff is if you can figure out a way to save that department or our company money or whatever, pay attention, you will get 10% of the savings for your personal bank account. And like, that just invested them. I don't know that the city can do that. And so, but there are ways that we can promote them. Incent residents to spend their dollars here, incent them to work here. Currently, it's 30% of residents. This means they're also shopping and eating elsewhere. We had the brewery talk earlier where he said, well, why haven't you seen me? Well, they're working. With most employees being salary, if I'm working till 6 or 7 o'clock and I'm working in Fresno, I'm having dinner in Fresno, right? But if we can incent them to have businesses here and work here and promote those jobs, they will eat and spend here. How do we maintain and improve what we already have? Like I said, lights have been out for over a year. Could we string lights less? I mean, I have all of these ideas that are just like bursting out of me. Researchers who measure crime found lights provided reassurance to some people who were fearful using public space, particularly women. Who's the spenders, guys? Lemoore is 50.2% female. Lighting increases a sense of community and community pride and attracts us to these areas. He talked about walking downtown. We can talk about parks too. Walk barefoot in that grass. I do it all the time. It's brutal. It makes me wonder, like, why bother having grass? Maybe we need to come up with different answers. You saw how, like, when Jack in the Box renovated or when Save Mart renovated and like the beautiful city building, there are other solutions that can cut our costs that we've, you know, I know we've done it forever and I know we like pretty grass, but is it necessary? You know what I mean? Those are just things like, have we seen the figures? And like I said, I've been out at it. Maybe you've already had these discussions and I haven't seen the figures. We've invested in some areas, but sidewalks need repairs in front of our businesses. Mercado Leon, there. I mean, if you walk downtown, there, and same in front of the tattoo shop. If you walk downtown, there is a patch job when a tree is tearing out that area. And I was furious when Fox Street happened because I'm like, you spent hundreds of $1,000s to tear out trees, which the whole point of us being there was because of the shaded trees. And I don't want to go back and say, you know, and continue to bash that, but I do want to say, let's learn from it. If we're saying we need more money, we need to promote things that produce income, which is sales tax, which means we need to promote what business fronts look like. We need to promote what the sidewalks look like. We need to promote the parking. Those are the things that we need to focus on because that is our income. And yes, bringing in housing, obviously the best way, anything that can produce the income, but we have income here. We just need to work on a couple of the pieces. Instead, I know refuge prices was a big deal, and I know it kind of died with the COVID-19 about the discussion. But could we incent residents to follow city planning recycling plans? I actually did it. I was curious. Our trash only needed to be picked up 3 times this year. We're in June. Everybody else's trash is picked up weekly. It's picked up even more because online sales are through the roof because everybody's home and everything's closed. And so, and with more online orders with COVID-19, I also created a partnership with residents to donate their shipping material to participating businesses, help save the cost for the business, keeps it out of the city trash cans. What more solutions can we come up with like that? It was really, really easy. I love my neighbors because they're like, remind me what businesses will take it again. And I'm like, here's what this business will take. Going forward, can you ensure the council, and I am impressed with your activity tonight, and I know it's hard when you have worked hard towards something, Nathan, I like broke my heart for you because I'm like, I know when you have worked on something and it falls apart, you're like, gonna lose your mind, and I get that. I've been there where you've definitely worked hard. But again, when I look at the city's decisions, I wanna know that we can ensure the city's decisions reflect our mission, where we talk about safety, we talk about those things, and our general plan, where we say we are a small town atmosphere, right? Versus to whoever speaks the loudest, right? Versus our limited view, or even a small percentage of the population. Even simple things like we used to allow people to pay their water bill at the building. That shut down for COVID-19. I don't think we need to bring that staff back to pay that water bill, right? Like, we survived 3 months without it. Let's think about something new. Those are the kind of solutions. I just want to know that those discussions are happening. I'm not in the know. You guys are in the know. I just want to hear, and I want those facts. And I want to say, I just want to see, like we talked about, like detailed information that said, this is everything we've done, this is everything we've changed, and we're literally at our wits' end. Oh, and a majority of the nations, and like she gave great statistics about which ones have done in California, like the taxes. I would want to know comparable demographics for other small towns. I would want to know, are they having these same struggles? I would want you guys to go visit them and go, okay, Nathan's team, we've done everything we can think of. We've brought newbies and we've brought that. Who else can we bring in and who else can we learn from? We did it in the financial industry because we were like, that place over there is rocking it. Let's go visit, right? Let's see how they're doing it. We did some stuff better, but it was just mind-opening because we can get so overwhelmed with how much is on our plate and the day-to-day that we forget that we are stewards of this money. And I don't know about you, but like, if my budget wasn't working at home, I can't ask my boss for a raise. That's my problem, to figure it out and to cut the cost. It's not to ask for more money. Thank you so much for the time. Thank you for being here tonight. Thank you for serving. I appreciate what you do for our city of Lemoore.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. Oops, sorry, I'm short. Community activist Rosa Barbie, 350 Walnut Street, Lemoore. I have to agree with the young lady here about the budget. I was here 3 years ago also when Mr. Olson made a presentation about the budget and asking for more money, but there was nothing that was showing us where the money was going. How are you spending the money? And I believe I spoke to you too, also, Mr. Hill. And even we're here today. How are we spending the money? Where's the money at? You're not showing us on the screen or anything where the funds or contracts or anything. So who do I need to speak to about doing public records?
Clerk.
Okay, well, California State Law, Chapter 3.5, Inspection of Public Records, 6250-6276. As a taxpayer, I'm going to request from January 2017, December 2017, from December 2017, from January 2018, December 2018, January 2019, December 2019, from January 2020, as of May 31st of 2020, I would like to see bank statements from the contracts that you guys have, any contract that we approved and paid off. Are you following me? Okay. Any credit cards that we have that are being used, I'd like to see bank statements as far as like itemized items that are being spent. And I need bank statements. I don't want something that you guys are typing up. Everything has to be from the bank. Do I need to sign anything or email?
The clerk will get your, I'm sure she'll have your name, number for the record. Usually we put these requests in writing.
Yes.
And just to let you know, though, that the documents you're asking for will be tens of thousands of pages. So your options would be to come view them at the city or pay for each individual copy.
Well, I can sit with someone so I can view, take pictures, whatever I need to do, so I can share with the public as well too.
I believe there's a public records request form on the city website, on city clerk's webpage. So you can just fill that out.
Yes. An email to you? You have my information on that card that I filled out. Do you have it?
I got it.
It has my number on there?
Yes.
Okay.
And some of you weren't aware, but we did do a study session tonight at 5:30 that is online for viewing tomorrow. But it does talk about the last several years of spend and kind of how we got to where we got and things of that nature. So I would implore everybody that's here tonight to please take the time to look at that presentation.
Does it give details of the spending?
Yeah, not line item by department, but the overall, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
I believe the staff report will be on the handout section of the agenda page tomorrow.
It'll be online.
That'll be a PowerPoint presentation.
Yes,
The same PowerPoint.
yes.
John Hodson, 14 South Byron, also president of the Lemoore Youth Sports Foundation. I watched your 5:30 show this afternoon, and I'm here because I watched it. I thought some of the attitude was a little bit flip in that when you were discussing certain things, especially the Lemoore Youth Sports Complex, which a bunch of people in this town spent a lot of money building, and over 2 years ago, signed it back to the city with the understanding that it was going to be there for our youth for multiple years, especially at least 10 years, because this soccer league and the softball league have 5 years, which they're about 2.5 years in, and another 5-year option. But to hear you talking about selling some of the assets and the chuckles and the different things that were going on today was very, very disturbing. It made me think, maybe I need to run for council. Maybe I need to come in and be, public and see what's going on here. But you talked earlier, what's the perception of the public to you guys? It wasn't very good at 5:30. So I'd encourage everybody to watch that 5:30 show. But the sports complex is near and dear to me. I would hate to see it sold off as an asset just to save the city. Because when it was taken over, the city, when they came to us, they said, we are in need of park space. We are not compliant with the state of California. To consider selling off your parks for real estate or whatever, even to save the city, is not a good plan. So I appreciate your time, but I just want to put that note in. Thank you.
Thank you.
Philip Wren, janitor, Birchie Brewing, 1461 Bay Street. I'm going to sound like a broken record because a lot of people have the same sentiment that I had. The report that I saw on the agenda was a $1.8 million potential budget or increase in revenue based on the sales tax. I know not all of that's going to go towards public safety, and frankly, it'd be easier for you to say that it's not going to go all to public safety because you only need 50 plus 1% to get that going. But my concern here is about accountability and responsibility. You're asking for an increase in sales tax at a time when its people are hurting the most. When businesses are struggling at a time when people are the most vulnerable, unsure of the future, and scared. And the city is attempting to shove the sales tax down our throats with threats of lowered police staffing. Tone deaf does not begin to describe what the city has done with this proposal. Like, what have you done to improve this town? I'd like to see some representation for the taxes that we have already paid into the city. Areas are poorly lit, streetlights are burned out, as people have stated. City trees wave in the wind because they aren't properly maintained. I don't know if any of you remember when the tree took out electrical downtown. That affected me. I lost a batch of beer because of that. That sucked, frankly. Some roads are so poorly paved, people swerve out of the way to avoid damaging their vehicles. Have you driven on Bush and 19th? That intersection sucks. I say that a lot. That's just a few handful of examples that residents see every day. And you expect us to support an increase in sales tax when you say it's going to support city services? We haven't seen any representation for what we already have put in. I've heard that Lemoore is a small town and we have small town values. Well, if I had $1 for every time I heard someone say, well, that's just how we do things in Lemoore, I'd have enough to pay the salaries of the 5 police officers you're threatening to lay off. This is the inherent problem with the sales tax increase. We're going to have to foot the bill so you can maintain status quo. And status quo is not good enough. Take a walk downtown, view the landscape. Once again, broken record. How many vacant buildings is okay with you guys? You guys have property owners sitting on vacant buildings who aren't doing anything to incentivize them to have any sort of tenants take them over. They're just sitting there. They look ugly. They are not pleasant. Couple that with how dark it is downtown, how unkept the sidewalks are, the overgrowth. everything. It's not that fun to be downtown at night. And Bird Street operates mostly at night. When I go to leave, when I go to my truck, or when I want to take a walk downtown after it's, I've had a rough day and I just want to unwind, that downtown walk sucks. You know exactly what you're doing when you're hovering the possibility of a reduced police force in front of your citizens. It's the carrot on a stick that you're hoping will get people to follow support for an increase in sales tax. It's the same thing you did when you tried to get the dispensaries in town. You dangled an increase in sales tax revenue from these businesses, and now you want to increase the taxes even further. The timing of this proposal is suspect at best. Learn how to read the room. This is not what your citizens want to hear from the city after 3 months of silence and no showing of support or compassion to the people that have been suffering through the pandemic. Your publicly provided information regarding the sales tax proposal has 2 bullet points, pretty much. One for city services, one for public safety. No detail, no expanded information. We have no idea what you're planning to do with it. That isn't good enough. I cannot support a sales tax that feeds into the general fund and trust the city in its current state to use this revenue appropriately. Past incidents with the city have shown me that accountability is not high on your priority list. But hey, that's status quo, and that's just how we do things in Lemoore. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else?
So I don't want to be you guys today, that's for sure. Pardon me if I get a little emotional. It's been a really rough 3 months for our community. And the lack of leadership, well, it hurts. Our strategic initiatives 2015-2020 says that we will provide high quality services and establish the conditions for economic vitality and high quality of life. We have failed. I don't need to say that. And I include myself in this. I hold myself just as accountable. As a chamber, I want to partner with the city, and I've done everything that I can to partner and be a part of the solution. Unfortunately, this is where we are. I wanted to come here today angry. I want to be angry that while our entire community struggles with the long-term devastating impacts of this pandemic, we have the audacity to ask for more. During a time where businesses are suffering from the worst financial crisis they are likely to ever experience, we want more. A county unemployment rate of 17%. And we want more. During a time when we have consistently raised rates, we want more. And I especially want to be angry because when I look around, it's apparent that we have put our police officers in a position to have to beg for their jobs. Who are we? What has happened? So yes, I want to be angry, but that anger will not solve anything. These conversations are already heavy enough, but this is not the time to ask our community to give us more, but what are we doing for them? I have heard it said, just put it on the ballot and let the community decide. How dare we? How dare we make our citizens choose between their physical safety and their economic vitality? How dare we as leaders expect our officers to pound the pavement in an attempt to get emotional events for a tax brought on because we failed? How dare we say to our citizens, if you support LPD, you will support this tax? If this was truly about our officers, this would be a much lower tax and it would be a special tax. But that would require more votes. So let's go full 1% to the general fund and hide behind our officers, just like we did the dispensaries. Remember those? Those were supposed to save us. And I was the same person that told people that it would, and it didn't. I am not standing here today in anger. You all know me. I'm here ready to help in any way that I can, but don't make our citizens choose. Don't put that kind of burden on them. They are dealing with enough right now. As leaders, we cannot say to them, we know you are struggling with things like job security and to buy food and pay your bills. But if you want a safe community, give us more. Don't make our businesses waste precious time fighting this battle. Our focus should be on recovering and opening back up and not giving them another reason to question why they even do business in Lemoore anymore. Hanford would have a lower tax rate. It can provide more foot traffic and generally lower cost of rental space. Why would they stay? How dare we put this on our community when we knew several years ago that we were facing bankruptcy? We knew this was coming. Being a leader is hard. I know firsthand how difficult it is. I have spent the last few months doing everything that I can to be a light and a leader in our community and to help our businesses and community through. The impacts of this pandemic have been devastating. It is your turn to lead. It is your turn to find ways to ensure that our community does not have to bear the burden of choosing because of the poor choices that were made in the past. It is our job to ensure that we inspire our community to move forward instead of packing up and leaving because we continually ask for more. Lead us, or make room for people that can.
Thank you.
Good evening. In the last meeting, I listened as Nathan discussed the need for the city to move forward with placing a sales tax on the ballot in November. I spoke in support on behalf of the Lemoore Police Officers Association and its members. We as an association understand that these are tough economic times for the community and the citizens we serve. We see it firsthand every day in the calls for service that we handle and the contacts we have with the people we serve. The harsh reality is that choices of the past have presently come back to place us in bad economic positions. Previous council's decisions not to move forward with sales tax several years ago, coupled with retail businesses leaving the city or affected by the recent pandemic, have placed us in the precarious position that we are in now. I've been asked recently what will happen if this tax is not passed. My answer to the people that ask me this question is simple. The city's going to lay off cops. The number I was given was 5. 5 cops who have dedicated their time, their heart, and their soul to this community. Cops who call Lemoore home and spend just as much time protecting this community as they do being home with their loved ones. That's just a start, however. 5 cops leaving is going to increase the workload on our fellow officers. It will tax those that remain. It will affect morale. It will directly impact the level of service provided to our citizens. Not in spite, but simply because there's not going to be enough resources to handle some of the non-emergent issues that our citizens have been so accustomed to calling us to handle. The reality is we need this tax on the ballot so that the voters can decide what they want. The citizens of the city should have the opportunity to get all of the information presented to them and make an informed decision. They should know what the money collected will be used for. There should be clear direction from council as to where this money should be allocated, and perhaps there should be a sunset so this tax should it pass. I've spoken to many people in the recent days. Everyone I have spoken to and everyone in this room are clearly staunch supporters of the police department and the men and women who serve this community. They speak highly of the level of service provided by my department. They understand what is at stake and why we're asking for this tax. With that, I ask council to consider all the options presented by city staff for this tax proposal, and then choose the option that provides the clearest explanation of how the money will be used. Let the people see the transparency of the information from the beginning of this process, and allow voters to make the final decision in November at the ballots. The worst action any council can take is inaction. I think we've seen that already tonight. Thank you.
Good evening. So I received multiple emails to be read into the record. So the first one is from Philip Wren, and it states, at the recommendation of Amy Ward of the Lemoore Chamber of Commerce, I write today regarding my opinion and concerns involving the proposal of a 1% sales tax increase. I fully understand the city's proposal to raise sales tax. Numerous cities have been feeling the economic impact of COVID-19 shelter in place, and seeing a sales tax proposal does not surprise me. I do, however, have a few concerns. I have not seen a tangible effort in the city to provide proactive city services. The sales tax claims to go towards the city provided services, but the city as of now has not been able to prove it will actually improve or do anything to the benefit of the residents. I could list out my issues as a resident, but truly cannot trust the city's response, as so far my experience with the city has been met with nothing but deaf ears. As a business owner, I cannot support a 1% sales tax increase in addition to the increased costs that my business has had to endure. I am not alone in feeling the increased costs, as many places have had to raise prices due to the increase of food and raw material costs. My brewery has seen an increased cost in packaging, raw material, and shipping/freight, and so far we have been able to eat many of these increased costs. It has impacted our bottom line, but we want to provide reasonable and competitive pricing for our customers. A 1% sales tax increase would not allow us to continue with our current pricing and would also require us to reconsider our discount rates of military/veteran and public safety customers. My experience with the city as a business owner have not always been pleasant or desirable either. On numerous occasions, I have attempted to contact the city with concerns and been met with city representatives who communicate in a combative, argumentative, and dismissive attitude. It gives me the impression that I am bothering or otherwise inconveniencing them. Past communications with city representatives have also been ignored. After failed attempts at communicating with city council, I noticed that council members had been posting petty drama on Facebook and decided to reach out that way. I was met with accusations of attempting to damage someone's personal image or otherwise falsifying my proof of attempted prior communication. Throughout the struggle, the residents and businesses of Lemoore have endured throughout the past few months of shelter in place. I have not seen any attempts from the city to communicate any show of support or assistance. The only times I have ever seen the city actually do anything is when they have to react to being called out publicly. The frustrating part is I know many of us that have to resort to public call-outs are attempting to resolve issues without having to resort to this, but the city does not seem to care enough about the people to actually do anything. How can the residents and business owners of the city of Lemoore expect to have the city actually use these increased sales tax revenues responsibly and in our best interest in the city has been so far been unable to prove they actually care about us in the first place? Thank you for reading. Sincerely, Philip Wren. The next one I received is from Angela Valenzuela, and it reads, Dear Mr. Olson and distinguished council members, I have been a resident of Lemoore for the majority of my life and currently live at 1280 Gulf Avenue. I am writing to adamantly oppose item 5-1 potential sales tax measure under new business on the agenda for June 16th. Residents have incurred an increase from the city regarding refuse, water, and sewer. There is also an increase to utilize the payment system online that wasn't there before. Some residents have lost their employment and there are regular food distributions at the park now. This discussion should not be happening during a pandemic when people are worried about feeding their families and paying their bills. I would also like to add, we have trouble getting people to shop local. Adding a sales tax is not going to lure any new customers. In fact, it may deter them to other big bargain stores out of town with lesser quality. Furthermore, we just opened up the marijuana one-stop shop where people will flock to and another one on the way. This is your saving grace, remember? This is where your money will be to balance the budget or any shortfall. The city sky is falling mentality should be falling on the backs of our residents. Should not be falling on the backs of our residents. I implore you to vote no to any consideration of a new sales tax in the city. If you look at the top of your agenda, you will see potential litigation after litigation. This is where our tax money is going year after year after year. Now, let's add additional funds to put it on the ballot because that is not free. Why bother? Your residents will vote it down anyways. We have enough with those school bonds to pay. Do not get me wrong, I am a huge supporter of law enforcement and public safety. I have the utmost respect for them. Please get your money from the marijuana shops. Enough is enough. I still believe there is potentially more in Lemoore, but we have failed miserably in recent years. I hope a new sales tax is not something that we can use that slogan to. No new sales tax. Thank you for your time and consideration. Sincerely, Angela Valenzuela, resident. Okay, the next one I received was from Ann Hogson, and it reads, Hi, as a resident of Lemoore, it has come to my attention that there is up for discussion the raising of sales tax by 1% in order to raise revenue. The city, its residents, and businesses have gone through a very difficult few months, which are not yet over due to COVID-19. The idea of raising sales tax at the time is abhorrent. This city instead needs to concentrate on bringing in new businesses that Lemoore residents need. This would lead to a rise in income for Lemoore, as the people of Lemoore would not be giving their tax monies to Hanford or further afield. In the last 4 years, this city appears to have done very little to bring in new businesses, done very little to help with the businesses we have, and very little to help try to keep the businesses we have lost. I realize some of the businesses moving out of Lemoore were not the city's fault, but when the Bank of America closed its doors, the city did not even appear to fight to keep a central ATM for Lemoore people to use. Traveling to Hanford for banking or banking online is not always convenient, but if I have to go to the bank, I might as well go to shop also. During this period of lockdown, I have particularly tried to shop local even more often than I had in the past, as I need to make sure that my local small grocery store and my favorite eating and drinking establishments are still around. My husband has used the hardware stores more often than usual, again to ensure that convenience is still here for us post-COVID. There is currently very little in Lemoore compared to the other towns, and the move to raise sales tax will probably mean that most establishments will have to pass the increase on to their customers, as their business has suffered a slump in sales plus an increase in expenses during lockdown, and so they will be unable to cover it. This rise in sales tax does not automatically mean an increase to income for the city, but more likely a decrease, as people will not be able to afford to shop in town, and then we will start losing even more businesses. If we continue, we might as well be a suburb of Hanford, as they can meet every need with the businesses they have. Please put more effort into bringing in more businesses, especially some of the shops we have to go to Hanford or Visalia for. Please put effort into getting the rates for leasing in the center of town more reasonable and build from the center out. Make the center of Lemoore look like a place businesses want to come. For example, the corner opposite of the Coop, the old flower shop, is terrible and dangerous. This is only going to get worse and continue to bring the look and feel of the town down further. By attracting more businesses, we can attract more shoppers, which in turn leads to more income. I do not agree with paying an extra 1% sales tax at the moment in time. Not until the city have stringently tried to more for the city of Lemoore than they currently appear to be doing. Mrs. Hodgson, Byron Drive, Lemoore. Sorry. Okay, this one I received from Olga Juarez with Heritage Apartments. And it says, "Good evening to who this may concern. My name is Olga Juarez. I am the resident manager for Heritage Apartments here in Lemoore. I am emailing you today in hopes that you would reconsider the possible tax increase. Working in the rental office gave me an opportunity to order supplies, process both invoices and payroll. So throughout the years, I have seen how everything has gone up in price, how much our bosses have to pay on a daily, weekly, or bi-weekly. They not only pay us employees, but also all other services, materials, supplies, and labor for vendors. Then there is water, sewer, trash, our mileage, or meals if traveling, and so much more. There is so much going on behind the scenes of a unit turnover, and I would like to ask if you could keep in mind all of that before mentioned. But most of all, keep in mind that with the tax increases, so too come rent increase, which most of us struggle and live check to check already. Not to mention that COVID-19 is already hurting our pockets, as groceries are a little more expensive nowadays. but everyone feels pressured to have most items in stock in case of an emergency. This is just my humble opinion. I thank you all and appreciate your time and consideration. Thank you, Olga Juarez. The next one I received was from Don Costa, and it reads, if you are going to keep raising taxes, charge us to pay our bill, the least you can do is fix our road we have been asking for 2 years to be fixed. We get the runaround, ignored, or told to call back next year. And why tax businesses? We don't have any. Downtown is a ghost town. You guys might start doing tours. That's that one. The next one I received was from Aaron Pearson, and it reads, to Lemoore City Council, I have recently become aware that there is a proposed tax increase for the city of Lemoore. I oppose this at this time for several reasons. One, due to COVID-19, unemployment has increased. Thus, increasing the tax would hurt an already hurting population, and the effective revenue would be minimal. Recently, the council approved the selling of drugs downtown. I oppose this as well due to the fact that it would destroy a skate park that was paid with taxpayer funds as well as increase crime in our city. We understood and were told that the passing of said dispensary would fix all of Lemoore's financial issues. A tax increase, now merely a year later, has shown us that you, the council, lied. 3, it appears that there is mismanagement of funds. If an average citizen in Lemoore lives outside of their means, the problem resides with the individual. Government, on the other hand, can continue raising the taxes of its people. Notice at the beginning I said at this time, allow our population to recover from the effects of COVID and the economic downturn that it has caused. Instead, I offer an alternative thought and solution in the immediacy. In 2 years, I would be happy to support the raising of taxes on our population if the council and city administrators would put in some skin in the game and show us how dire the financial situation is. My proposal: 1, place a hiring freeze on all city positions. 2, no cost of living increase for the next 18 months for any current city employee, ending December 2021. 3, Mayor Neal, City Manager Olson, and Spear forego their salary until January 2021. Instead of passing a tax, be a leader and show us the people of Lemoore that this is meaningful enough that you are willing to take the hit as well. Sincerely, Aaron M. Pearson. Okay, so the last one I have was from Dr. Jeffrey Garcia, and it reads, City Council members, I understand that you are all in quite the predicament as sitting council members. The decision you are all facing regarding the proposed 1% sales tax is not easy ones to make. There are negative consequences either way. Running the city is like running a large business. The CEO, city manager, works for you as board members, much like most of our larger corporations. As such, the decisions you all make must be made with based on solid business principles and to ensure the leadership in place at the CEO position understands fully how to create and adhere to the solid and sound budget. I don't feel that the dire financial situations of the city is facing now is a surprise. It seems the city has not been planning for days like these, when they should have all along. All businesses, including small businesses like mine, have to plan for down economies and emergencies in order to remain viable long-term and to be able to ride out these storms. The fact that the city does not have sufficient reserves in place is apparent, and the responsibility falls squarely on the shoulders of the city leadership and city council. Yes, previous councils as well. That is why I don't feel it makes sense to increase our local sales tax to supplement our poorly managed city government. That is throwing good money after bad. We need to have in place a city manager and team that understands how to properly and effectively manage our city's finances. Until this happens, I can't see the citizens of Lemoore passing this measure at the ballot box. It is tragic that the city has found it necessary to gut our incredibly successful recreation department and let go other well-trained, dedicated staffers with incredible amounts of corporate knowledge. With talks of it releasing even more key city staff members and Lemoore Police Department officers saddens me greatly. The 1% increase will have a significant negative impact for our local businesses that are trying to survive 3 months of COVID-19. This includes all of our restaurants, retailers, and home builders. More importantly, it will have a huge impact on our citizens, many of whom are already struggling to make ends meet. The City Council needs to correct the course the City of Lemoore is on before it's too late. The 1% sales tax will not save us. This is a short-term fix for a long-term problem. Big changes at the top need to happen. Respectfully, Dr. Jeffrey Garcia. And that's the last one. Thank you.
Anybody else close public comment? You want to go ahead and close public comment? Back to the city council.
I just want to say that if anybody mistook what I said during the study session about our finances, I wasn't saying we should close the soccer field. I wasn't saying we close the golf course. I'm thinking, what is the worst case scenario? Because that's what we're talking about. Closing resources that are good. We need soccer fields, we need sports complexes, we need the rec department, and we need the police department. And that's why we are talking about writing a tax measure, possibly a general one, so that we can keep our police department just the way it is. We can't keep the police department if the pie gets smaller. If 50% goes to public safety and the pie gets smaller, other things, if we keep the police department the same way it is, other things have to go. The rec department has to go, sports complexes have to go. Who knows, maybe you just think of the worst case scenario, and that's where we are right now, the worst case scenario. And if I made you, or if I gave you the impression that I encouraged these, selling of assets, it's not something I want. I'm hoping that we could have a general sales tax to try to keep public safety where it is and, put a Band-Aid on every department we can, because we don't know how big the pie is. The COVID-19 threw a wrench in everybody's works, and we don't know what money's coming in. And even if we did get $1.8 million, I think that was the number that was thrown out, it's probably going to be less, but it's going to be something to help keep our city services there. We're going to end up with all sorts of report is doing is asking the county, do we want to give the citizens an opportunity to make the decision? If they no, then we'll just have to get along with the money we have, and then we're going to have a smaller police department because the pie is only so big. I don't want a smaller police department. I don't want a smaller rec department. So that's why I'm asking the citizens to try to keep our city services just the way they are. And was there mismanagement in the past? Is there mismanagement now? These are questions that, it's in the eye of the beholder. And that's all I have to say. If I offended anybody with anything I said during the study session and or even during this regular meeting, I apologize.
I agree. Same thing. If I've said anything or my attitude or candor sounded like I didn't care about the soccer field or something like that, that's not the case. And people will keep asking, well, have you guys talked about everything, anything possible? Yeah, we've talked about this for a long time. And this whole situation, it feels like this train that is just moving and it's not easily stopped. And it's not going to stop anytime soon either. And this train was put on this track, on this course a long time ago. And yeah, and it's getting smart people back up here. I don't know, maybe it won't. But nothing ever costs less ever. And when you make less and it costs more every year, the supply and the demand, the graph just, and it really does suck to sit up here and be a part of this. And that's where I'm at. That's all I would say.
So I've only been part of this council for about 10 months or so. And some people like me and some people don't like me. And that's part of life. I get that as a teacher. I get that as a fireman. I get that wherever you go. You're going to have people happy with you. You're going to have people unhappy with you. If you're making everybody happy, you're lying. Okay. It's that simple. Okay. Nobody wants to pay more. We don't.
That's right.
Okay. Was there some financial problems? Obviously, if we're in the red, there are some financial problems. All this group can do is do what we can possibly do to lessen that and ultimately bring it back into the black. If you guys know what I'm saying. Once in 1 or 2 days. I check it every day and I try and correspond. Okay. So for us to take a little bit of slack from people because we're bad and we're this, hey, I'm only one of currently 4, typically 5. Okay. So if you have a problem, and I don't care if you're in District C or A, B, contact me. Ms. Hodgson, I apologize if I mispronounce that, contacted me and she's not in my district, but I'd be more than happy. And I talked to her about it or I corresponded via email. Okay. And sometimes I have a lot of time and sometimes I don't. But 1% tax rate increase, is it going to affect, kind of like Dr. Garcia said, the less fortunate right now more substantially than somebody who's living high on the hog? Absolutely, proportionately. Okay. But somebody brought up numbers. Fresno was
7.99 or 8.9.
I got a couple. 7.975. Hanford's 7.250, which is currently what we have. So I looked up surrounding communities and then some others that are demographically similar to Lemoore. And so you have towns that are around us. Corcoran's 8.25. Tulare 8.25. Vicelia's 8.5. Kingsburg, who's similar in size, 8.975. Sanger, similar, 8.7. Parlier 8.975 and Selma's 8.475. Okay. Again, this council can't say we're going to levy this tax on you. It goes back to old school taxation without representation. We want to put it on the voters. And if you disagree with me, that's great. That's one of the great things about this dang country we live in. We can disagree, but we can still coexist. Okay. So I don't know how it's going to vote. I don't know if it's going to get moved or any seconded or anything like that. But I'm saying we're not doing it to damage anybody. I'm a proponent of small business and business, and I want people here, and I want houses made, and I want everybody to live that happy, dreamy life that they've dreamt. Sorry, that's terrible. since they were young grasshoppers. But we all make choices, and I think that and vote on this. And if it doesn't pass, awesome. We're going to have to make some changes. If it passes and you know the dispensaries come in, holy crap! With the projected numbers that they have, we might have a huge surplus of money where we can bring in some other stuff. And I will take ownership. I've been asked, you haven't been in my business. True story, I haven't. And do I need an invitation? Absolutely not. But you got to understand, I'm a teacher. I used to be a coach for a long time, not currently. I'm a volunteer fireman. I've got 2 kids living at home that played sports. And I've got to spend some time with my wife because heaven forbid, I don't like black eye. No, I can't say that. She doesn't really hit me as a joke. Sorry, bad politically correct. But so I would love to make 25, 26 hours a day, but I don't. But if you were to go and figure it out, and again, I'm taking ownership. I should. I think Jesus was talking about Froberg walking around town because part of it's in my district. So I'll take ownership. And even though you live on the other side of my district, I'll stop by and I'll stop by Bird Street and I'll talk to owners and see what their thought processes are. See how I, as an individual that is rolling in the right direction. Okay. But if we don't know and you sit here and name call us, that's not fair either, because I can't sit here and pick on A, B, or C. I don't want to point to anybody and start name calling you because you have a different opinion. But if you don't know my opinion and you don't ask it or question why it is an opinion, then it hurts my feelings to be chastised and talked bad about. How about that? So, like I said, I'm not sure if it's going to pass. But you kind of probably already have my insight on how I'm going to vote if this actually goes to a vote. Thank you.
Well said.
Thanks, Stu.
Do you have anything?
Until you start.
I just say action speaks louder than words. I don't want to say nothing. I just want to be about it, not talk about it. So, anybody?
So, council, I would need direction from a majority of council on how you would like to proceed, if you want to proceed, and then the voting would actually come. If you would direct me to prepare the resolution and the ordinance for whatever you decide, general or special, and then the sunset language, if you wanted sunset language, I would bring that back to you at the first meeting in July for consideration and approval.
So you're needing direction tonight as far as what type of an election we want, general or special?
Correct. What type of ballot measure do you want? And then if it's a sunset, if you even want a ballot measure, if a majority of you even want a ballot measure,
Okay.
I just need direction.
Well, I mean, I think that the 4 of us need to decide and you know, a lot of people have said something about transparency and if we put it in the general fund, or I'm sorry, as a general ballot, not a general fund, that where's the money going to go? Special ballot, if we say it's for law enforcement, public safety, however you want to word it, then there's really no oversight, depending on, you know, who gets voted in, because there's going to be 4 of us that are up, well, 4 seats up for a vote in November. So who knows who's going to be on that council? So that's, I'm leaning, just like I said last month, or I'm sorry, not last month, last meeting, for a special election. I think we as a community came strong and we overwhelmingly passed it as far as Lemoore went.
Mm-hmm.
Kings County failed because other communities didn't support it. So, you know, taxes, nobody wants to pay more, nobody. But we can't fix what's in the past. We can only frame the future. So in my humble opinion, I think we should go to special with a sunset of 7 maybe 8 years.
I concur with you.
How about a sunset that goes back to the vote?
Wait.
Because she said that earlier, that could be one of the things, a sunset that goes back on the ballot.
Eventually. So if you say we want a sunset of 7 years, when you approach that 7 years, you would put the measure back on the ballot to continue.
Okay.
Yes, but you do need to specify a time period if you want a sunset.
Okay. Well, I like it.
I like it.
It's
Gordon?
transparent.
Just,
A lot more difficult.
it's just, the last time we had a special, I think it was Measure K.
Yep.
And it needed 2/3 vote,
And then it got it.
And Lemoore did.
but it lost by what, 27 votes or something?
That was countywide though.
Yeah, Lemoore overwhelmingly, the citizens of Lemoore overwhelmingly passed Measure K. Like
How
I said,
long ago was that?
I want to say that was 2 years ago.
Just a couple of years ago.
Yeah, 2 years ago.
Off the top of my head, I believe it's 2.
I walk districts.
It'll keep Lemoore Police Department and Fire Department roughly where they are right now then, I guess, if we went with a special.
Well, and if the marijuana dispensaries come in at the numbers that they're supposed to, we might be able to get more cops and more firemen or whatever it is. But
No, I think you better live within your means because after 7 years, it's going to
expire.
possibly go away.
Yes, but hopefully by then we have a little bit more revenue coming in. We hopefully get some businesses coming in, more housing, which means more property tax. So our revenue stream is a little bit greater. And then we deal with it in 7 years. If
Yeah.
we still need it, then we throw it back out to the people and let them decide. But that's my humble. So my, at least, I don't know if I got enough people, but my direction is a special election for
Then
public
we-
safety expiring.
7 years.
Not, for 7 years.
Is that your motion?
But there's
it's not a
no,
motion.
I just need direction from a
Just
majority
need
of
direction.
council. And then I will bring the item back and that's the item you would be voting on. So it would be a special ballot measure for 1%, 7-year sunset, designated for public safety. Okay, I'll prepare it.
I'm good with that, Stewie.
Back to the agenda.
All right. Brief city council reports and requests. Mr. Lyons?
I have nothing to report.
Ms. Cody?
Hey, it's 11 o'clock. I thank everybody who's online, all you guys for staying. Some of you guys have been here since 5:30. Hey, I appreciate it. Thank you guys for your support, or opposite of it. Take care of yourselves, be safe, and thank you guys for caring.
Anything, Mr. Fleur?
Well, I'd just like to remind everybody on the 12th of July, the nomination papers are going to be available from the city clerk for running for city council. There's going to be 4 seats available. So this is going to be an opportunity for everyone that's really interested on helping out the city to put your efforts to good use and find a.
All right, God bless everyone. The time is now 11 o'clock. God bless. The time is now 6:31.